Hello everybody and welcome to Sheboygan A's Baseball here at Wildwood Park. My name is Mike Martin and along with Jordan Lorenz, we're going to be bringing you a unique situation. Yesterday the doubleheader, at least the second game, was rained out. We got about halfway through 4 innings of the first game and then the rains came and we had to cancel all activities at that point with the lightning and the strong wind and the heavy rain. So we're coming back today to finish off the suspended game. Blake Coons will be pitching for Jared Recolaitis in the top of the 5th inning with Sheboygan on top 4-0. After this game, we will proceed on to the regularly scheduled doubleheader. So what was supposed to be a 4-day weekend is going to be a 3-game weekend. And I'll give you the changes. Addison has basically the same starting lineup, except Ivan Tejada will be leading off instead of Dave Mitchell. And John Zielinski will be playing right field in place of Chris Karashinsky. And Tom Irish Moran, who was at second base yesterday, is moving over to short. For Sheboygan, we'll give you their changes when they come to bat. The main change you need to be aware of is Blake Coons is starting the 5th inning. And one pitch, one out. Couldn't get a better start than that, Jordan.
Absolutely not. Recolaitis was pitching a gem yesterday, so it's a shame for him the game ended up getting just blown out the way it did with all the rain and weather. But Blake Coons, he's not afraid to be in a situation like this. And we were told Coons will not be pitching in the next game. We'll see if that holds true. Likely it's going to be Brad Reinflesch and Joey Pettit pitching the next 2 games.
In the 4 innings that Jared Recolaitis pitched, it was 12 up, 12 down. He had a perfect game going. Had recorded 6 strikeouts in those 4 innings. He was, and only 1 ball, I might mention, was hit hard. Yesterday we were announcing him as Tom Moran. He came up to the press box and said, "You can call me Irish," so we'll go with that. And Moran gets the first hit of the game for Addison in the top of the 5th.
Certainly
that'll bring
an odd
up
situation.
John Zielinski, who we mentioned is in for Chris Karashinsky.
Odd situation here at the ball games. We weren't even informed until about an hour ago that they were resuming this game here as a part of not quite a triple header, but a double and a half header of sorts.
Sort of.
Best way to
double
put
and
it.
A quarter. But when we left the park, we were under the assumption that the game was rained out, the game that Recolaitis started, and we were going to be just playing a doubleheader today. And like Jordan said, when we got here, they deemed this yesterday's first game, the 4 innings, a suspended game, and we're coming back to finish that out. Slow roller over to second for 1. Relay to first is in time. Nice double play, 6-4-3, and that ends the top of the 5th for Addison.
Authorized dealer.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Light on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker. Number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. You serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious.
Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Alex Cordoza is going to pick it up on the mound for Addison. Matt McLear went the first 4 innings for the Braves. He gave up 5 hits, 4 runs. 3 of those were earned. He walked 4 and struck out 1. Of those walks that McLear gave up, only 1 of them scored. Sheboygan did get some clutch hitting. In the second inning, they got a 2-out base hit from Schnell to drive in their first run. And in the 4th inning, when Sheboygan scored 2 more runs to make it 4-0, coming up with a 2-out, 2-run single was Gus Walker.
Safe to say Walker's out of his slump, huh?
Walker had 2 hits yesterday, 2 for 2 with the walk, so good to have him break out, and that brings up Harry Stelt. Harry grounded out twice yesterday. Let's see if he can get a base hit today. The only batting order change for Sheboygan is Bennett Becker is there's a line drive out into left. Left fielder doesn't see it. Or did he catch it?
No, that thing dropped. It was about 5 feet to the right of him.
Yeah, the ball got caught up in the sun, and he was raising his hands. He couldn't find it. He didn't get much help from his infielders.
Worst part of being an outfielder right there is when you're looking straight in the sun. Even though you have those sunglasses on and you got a hat, it certainly doesn't help a whole lot. And a nice easy double to start.
Bennett Becker is batting for Jacoby Andreas and playing second base, and Ross Christ is moving from second base yesterday to right field today. That brings up Jonathan Kim. Kim also looking for his first hit. He was over 2 yesterday.
You could tell the second that ball was hit that Brian out in left field had absolutely no clue where it was. Hands were up in the air, kind of standing right still. Absolutely no one helped. No help from Bradford, the third baseman. No help from the center fielder, Campbell. No help from the shortstop, Irish. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we got to cut all those infielders a break, Jordan, because they may not have seen it either.
They probably didn't.
But there's a line drive out into center field. That's going to drop for a hit. Harry will move over to third. Good thing he stopped there. Center fielder had quite an arm.
He was kind of jogging into third, and rightfully so, because you never know if that ball all of a sudden ends up in the glove. You just want to be safe. No one out in the inning. No need to force them right now, as there are runners on the corners for the new Bennett Becker.
Bennett Becker is up for his first time in the ball game. He's replacing Jacoby Andreas. And waiting on deck is Jimmy Jurgensen. Cardoza comes set and delivers. That pitch is outside. Sheboygan with a nice 4-0 lead. Be great to add on to that.
Wouldn't it be something if they score 6 here and then we don't even have to play any more baseball?
Yeah,
and then we go right into the next?
Always thinking ahead.
Absolutely.
Becker with a 2-0 count. Good stop by the catcher.
Kowalski did a great job keeping that one intact. Not sure if Harry would have been able to get home, but without a doubt, Kim would have been able to get second base easily.
Becker's above the Mendoza line, but just barely. Let's see if he can get a run in.
Red light on the 3-0 count takes it. It's one of the first good pitches we've seen so far today from the Addison side of things. Even though you could argue Harry should have been a routine flyout, but
there's a line drive out in the center. Drops for a hit. And muffing it out in center field was Mitchell. That allows Kim to go all the way to third. So give Becker an RBI single. And move Kim all the way to third on the E8. That's the second error of the ball game by Addison.
Just 2 little bloopers out to center field, and just like that, the A's extending onto their lead quickly here in the technically still the first game of the weekend.
See how Jimmy Jurgensen fares against the left-handed Cardoza. Alex has had a tough go of it so far, giving up 3 straight base hits.
Always risky to try and throw down to first when you got a runner on third. There were no pickoffs yesterday. I didn't even get to play one of those. I was disappointed.
Pretty good speed on third base with Kim. So bouncing ball high. Hopper taken by the first baseman. He gets the force out at second. And on the play, Kim comes in and scores.
Fantastic base running by Kim. He knew as soon as that ball was being thrown to second, they were likely going to go for 2. They only elected for the 1. So it's a fielder's choice RBI right there for Jimmy Jurgensen. And the A's will take it as they now lead by 6.
I think had the first baseman decided, he could have looked Kim back and just taken the out at first, so would have had 1 out, and Sheboygan would have had runners on second and third, but he elected, like Jordan said, try for that double play. It didn't work out.
I also think what he could have done is just forgotten about Kim, stepped on first real quick, and then thrown over to second. I think he would have had enough time.
He might have been able to make the tag at second. Remember, it's not a force in that situation.
Correct.
You have to tag the runner. Joey Pettit is up. Pettit 1-1. He 0 for 1 yesterday. He walked and scored in the 4th inning.
There's those walks coming back to haunt you.
There's a line drive base hit to left.
I'll send the runners over first and second here with 1 out in the inning. The A's 9th hit of the ball game, expanding on what they started with yesterday. And here comes Justin Schnell.
And Larry Kurkowski coming out. Actually, Josh Dryden, their pitching coach, coming out, talked to our Cardoza. He's had a really tough go of it so far. Our next game is scheduled to start only about 10 minutes after this game. They're going to hustle right into the second game so Addison doesn't have to get home too late. They've got a long drive after this doubleheader.
I mean, you'd assume this first game could take about half an hour likely, so it doesn't push us back a whole lot, but then that's optimistically thinking that we get the other games in back-to-back like that.
Bill was telling us prior to the start of this game, we've got the 4 innings in yesterday in about 48 minutes, and that was partly due to Jared Recklitis and the way he was pitching. He was just outstanding.
12 minutes an inning.
Which would make it about 6 minutes every half inning.
There you go, good math. Technically a little less, actually, because you have the break in between.
Whatever.
Well,
Jeez,
if you wanted to
Jordan.
get technical, I'll get technical.
I wasn't getting technical. I was just saying.
You said technically
6 minutes for a half an
Yep.
inning. That's pretty doggone quick.
I can't complain about that.
And that's not just taking Recklitis, because at McAleer, even though he didn't have that great of a night with the 4 walks, he was pitching quick.
He had a very quick pace. Ooh, able to hold
Schnell
up
takes
there.
that
Wow.
pitch, and boy, it looked pretty good, but
Looked
called
good
the
to me.
ball. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Cooper Gussie on deck. He'll be up next. Potentially bases loaded, or you never know what could happen.
So, fly ball out into center. Campbell racing in. Misread it, and it's going to drop in for a base hit. Campbell's first reaction on the swing of the bat was to run back 3 steps, and then he saw.
Oh, boy.
Oh, they got a rundown.
He got a very, very late stop sign from Tim Moyer. There's going to be runners on second and third here, but Jimmy gets thrown out in a real tough situation. He just wasn't able to get back in time, and that ball right around the pitcher's mound, they threw it over to third and got himself in one of those pickle situations, but it's still a 6-0 lead with 2 outs in the inning, and the Cooper Gussie fan club going wild.
Credit Justin Schnell with a single, and Jimmy, of course, throwing out at the plate. And
Real
with 2 outs, we
uncharacteristic
have runners
sloppy
on
play
second
so
and third.
far from Addison. One swing of the bat can score 2. And those 40-plus people up on our deck are going to go crazy.
Swing and a miss by Cooper. Fan club has got to be a little more boisterous.
Yes.
Cheer 'em on. Walker waiting on deck.
Not the best swing there to fall behind 1-2 as the A's try and expand on this lead and tack on a few more runs. That's for birthday boy down there. Autographed baseball from the A's players. I'd say one of the perks of coming down, but there's not a whole lot of time left in the season.
Gussie hanging in, falls that one off.
Our next home game, it's listed as to be determined right now on your screen. We're assuming August 2nd, but we're not going to get anything set in stone just yet.
I was going to ask about that because I was looking at the schedule, and there's no scheduled per se game.
Tentatively scheduled for August 2nd as it stands.
Part of the playoffs?
Yes, that ladder of the State League.
There's a drive to deep left, but foul.
Just a bit ahead of that one. It was a good pitch to hit.
Two and two is the count, and there are 2 outs.
Left it in. Full count, and Gus Walker would love to come up with the bases juiced. Remember his grand slam a few games ago.
For sure, that was a big one. Didn't quite, we weren't quite able to crawl out of the hole, but it certainly made the game more exciting. Gussie battling up there, falls that one off.
It was a 7-0 game. The A's were trailing Appleton in that ball game. Then it was 7-1, and all of a sudden, one swing of the bat from Gus Walker made it 7-5. One swing of the bat for Gus Walker with the bases juiced would end it.
There's a drive to left again.
Gussie's got to do a
cross
better.
Denny and Donna Moyer way into the woods over there.
Gussie's got to do a better job adjusting here at the plate. He's been ahead of 2 fastballs, basically right down the middle. They're good pitches to hit, but he's out in front of them.
Pitch hangs outside. That's ball 4, and that'll bring up Gus Walker.
It's a real good at bat from Cooper Gussie. He was down in the count. He was able to fight his way back into it. And ultimately, here we stand with the bases loaded. Pitch count continuing to rise. High pressure situation for Addison as it's the top of the lineup now for the A's.
If Gus hits a grand slam, it's ball game. Right now, it's 6-0. Get this first game over with quickly. We'll get on to the regularly scheduled doubleheader.
This all goes back to that Jimmy Jurgensen play where he was caught in the pickle. There could only be 1 out now potentially if it wasn't for that.
As soon as I saw that hit and the outfielder pick it up, I put my head down to mark my scoreboard, and all of a sudden there's a play at the plate. I'm thinking, what in the world happened here? There's a drive out into center field, pretty high. Diving catch made by the right fielder, Zielinski.
Laid out.
He saved a couple runs for sure. But Sheboygan does come up with 2 more, and after 5 complete, it's now 6-0 Sheboygan.
Just order ahead in the Meijer app.
The great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family-owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community, and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Reklitis' final line from yesterday, he went 4 innings, allowed no hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 6. He, from the times we've seen him pitch this year, I would say that he was at his finest yesterday. It's unfortunate he wasn't able to complete the ball game.
Are there any games where he wasn't at his finest this year? I mean, it has been a crazy, crazy season for Reklitis. .55 ERA.
And that's going into the game. It's down from
Exactly.
there. Brian Donlia, the left fielder, is up. He was caught in a bad spot on that fly ball from Harry. Never saw it. That's going to go as an infield hit. If Harry could have cut it off, we had a chance to get the batter, but he couldn't quite get there in time, and Pettit not able to make the play. So give Donnie a base hit, and that'll bring up Alex Perez.
Harry Stout back at the first base for almost it's Cooper Gussie over at third here. Harry's been there for quite
my
a few
bad.
games.
It should have been Cooper Gussie not being able to cut that ball off.
I corrected you without correcting you.
Perez, well, like all the batters were coming into today's game, they were all 0 for 2. Most of them. None of them had a hit.
Perfect
Addison
game.
now with 2 hits today. Coons
Which
is
is
a horse
fine.
out there. Boy,
It's
we
fine.
can't keep butting in each other, can we?
It's fine you give up the 2 hits. It's a combined perfect game. That's not as cool, you know?
Good fastball by Blake. Blew it right past Alex Perez. Waiting on deck is Ty Kolinski.
Low throw, good save over there by Harry Stout to keep that in play.
Sheboygan looking to finish their state league season above 500. Both teams coming into action this weekend were right at 500. Sheboygan 13-13, Addison 11-11.
We're basically at a best-of-3 series now this weekend because both teams can't finish 500 anymore after this weekend, I should say. Addison still has some games up, but makes it a little more interesting. As Coons gives up
Perez
a walk.
works a walk. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Kolinski. Ty was 0 for 1 yesterday with a strikeout. Addison threatening with 2 runners on and nobody out. We're in the top of the 6th of a 7-inning ball game. There's a hard hit ball out to right, but Krista's right there and makes the easy catch.
No tag up from second either. Going to hold him up at first and second. Good first out of the inning for Blake Coons. That ball was very hard hit off the bat.
That was probably the second hard hit ball of the ball game, including Reklitis. He gave up 1 hard hit ball to right, and now we have this one to right also. And that'll bring up Blaine Bradford. Bradford playing third base today. The Addison manager stopped up in the booth before the start of today's games, and I asked him about a kid who played in the first game, Joe Stagowski. In that first game, Sheboygan lost, I believe it was 6-1, but Stagowski broke a 1-0 A's lead with a grand slam home run. And they thought he might be here today, but when he spoke to him on the phone this morning, he said Joe said no go, he wouldn't be coming.
6-1 is correct, just confirmed.
Yeah. And anyway, it's a tough loss for Addison. Stagowski, a good hitter.
They still have a pretty deep bullpen, though, or dugout, I should say. I was looking at it when take a look at it when they're on outfield. There's a few guys in it, so it's not like they're too short-handed.
Count is now 2-1. Again, Addison with runners on first and second. There is one out now. See if Coons can get the double play.
One of the big things you've always mentioned throughout Coons' performance, he's a big strikeout guy, but he also walks a few more batters than he should. And once he gets that total down, it's a whole different animal as Blake Coons.
Yeah, 40 innings pitched, well, 41 now, 75 strikeouts, but you're right, the 26 walks are a problem. 27 now with the one this inning. Called strike 3 right on the outside corner. Steve Walsh calling that one. Out on the bases is Doug Steinke. I don't know if we gave our game time weather report. 77 degrees. It remains partly cloudy. And the wind, when we started the ball game, was blowing out to center. That has stopped. It's no breeze whatsoever. Flag just there.
The sun is a factor. We know that much.
Yeah, that's for sure. Harry Fandry is up. Harry 0 for 2 yesterday. Harry playing at first base for the Braves. That pitch is it's Fandry right on the hip. So, and that's going to load the bases.
Good thing A's got a few more insurance runs and made it a 6-0 game, but now with 2 outs, at least there's a force on every bag. Could be worse.
Yeah. That brings up their number 3 hitter, Kyle Campbell. Campbell had a little trouble out in center field on a base hit, but for the most part, he's done a nice job out there. First pitch swing, pops it up foul, out of play.
There's only like 3 or 4 guys that I had names for.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Coons trying to work out of it, trying to keep the shutout going. Good
Big
fastball.
Swing and a miss. Wow.
No balls and 2 strikes. Be interesting to see what Blake does here. If he goes right after him or...
you don't really want to try and waste a whole lot if all of a sudden it's a bad pitch down in the dirt and Schnell can't get to it. There could be a run coming in, but goes to the
swing
fastball.
And a foul tick right into the glove of Schnell, and that ends the Addison 6th inning. They score no runs, although they do leave the bases loaded after 5.5. Sheboygan on top 6-0.
Every single second, every minute, every hour, all the whole year through.
It is intense right here.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That's a lot of lemons.
Well, you know what they say when life gives you lemons.
We know the saying, Mark.
New Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade, packed with lemonade flavor after a lemon of a year.
Wingism number 3, the Peter Heater.
Oh, so hot.
Oh, so hot!
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 4, tea time.
What are you, having tea with the queen? Hello. Nice.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
While we were at the break, we figured out Jared Recklitis' updated ERA from yesterday's 4 innings. He's at .51, Jared. And there was a notation written in here by Tim Moyer. The club record for strikeouts in a season is 510. Coming into yesterday's action, we had 436. You add in the 8 more from yesterday and today, we're up to 444 strikeouts. That leaves us 66 strikeouts away from tying the record.
You never know. I put that in there yesterday because the trivia
you
question.
wrote that in there.
The trivia question in the ballpark was what year did the club set the most, and it was actually last year where they got 510. So
okay.
Back-to-back years. I mean, you'd like to see him get around the 500 mark. That's asking a lot yet in the season, but we'll see. Never say never, as Ross Christ is going to lead it off. Chris, Stelt, and Kim for the A's.
Ross Christ takes that first pitch for a strike. Strokes that one, but it goes right to the second baseman. And Tejada makes the easy play.
Quite an adjustment for Addison now that all of a sudden they're able to get a first out in just 3 pitches. They were struggling to get anything back in the last inning, and it all started with this man right here.
Harry got a sun-aided double his first time up, and he wound up scoring. That was in the 5th inning. For the season, Harry has 11 doubles now.
He's not a triple guy. It's either double or a home run.
No, he's had some triples over the course of his career, but that's not the strength of his game. I don't think you'd see Harry, if he wasn't starting a ball game, come in as a pinch runner very often.
Sure, no. 4-pitch walk.
Harry's on base again. And that's going to bring up Jonathan Kim.
What'd you say Harry was yesterday? 0 for 2?
Yesterday, Harry grounded to short and grounded to second.
Good to see him get back in the swing of things here as we got 2 more ball games coming up.
Kim was also 0 for 2 yesterday and has a hit and scored a run so far today, and gets hit by a pitch.
All right.
Couldn't quite spin out of the way. Can you imagine that?
Funny how that works. There's a breaking pitch, too, inside, so it came in nice and slow at least. And potential pitching change now coming up for Addison. I see number 18 coming into the ball game. We don't know.
Number 18 is Dave Mitchell. Can that be? Because he was the starting center fielder.
I mean, it could be.
Oh, Dave Mitchell and Dave Mitchell. Yeah, there's only one Dave Mitchell, number 18.
I know. I'm just reading what we got in our lineup.
We're not sure. I think, over the years we've had trouble with numbers and that from Addison. Things seem to change. Thank you.
Got it.
Chris Hollister, or Hollis?
Right here. Chris Hawks, Hawks.
Chris Hawks in the pitch.
Chris Hawks.
It's nice of Addison to send up a representative to give us this change. Cardoza just didn't have it today. He gave up, Cardoza did, 5 walks.
Well, it doesn't help because they got like 15 pitchers listed on their roster, so.
Walked 2. And no strikeouts to his credit. And Alex only went an inning and a third. He allowed 2 runs in the 5th, his first inning of work, and he is responsible for the 2 runners that are on now. Dave Moyer in the house. Dave is in town to be part of the induction ceremony that took place yesterday. Tom Grams and Ken Nazy were the 2 inductees, and because of the way things worked out in terms of the game, we were not able to get them up into the booth to interview them. Hopefully everything will be a little more normal next year when we have the induction ceremony, and we'll be able to do some interviews at that time.
That was the only game that got rained out while we were here, because everything else we've played through, it got canceled way ahead of time.
Chris Hawks facing Bennett Becker. Becker singled in a run. His first time up. There's another line drive. That'll drop for a base hit. Harry had to hold up, make sure it wasn't going to be caught. And the bases are loaded with only one out.
They put Chris Hawks in to prevent a situation like this from happening, but here we go. Once again, could come down to one swing of the bat.
Jimmy Jurgensen up. Jimmy's 2 for 3 in the ball game with an RBI, and he scored a couple of runs. There's a check swing grounder. Andre throws home for the force out, and that's going to be out number 2.
Not ideal for the A's, and Jimmy especially, who wanted a lot more than that, but he'll get on base from the fielder's choice as Addison, with the smart decision, gets Harry at home.
Joey Pettit up next. Now, Bill said that he heard it's going to be Brad Reinflesch and Joey Pettit in the 2 regularly scheduled games for today. There was always a question about whether, because we're only going to have a short break between this game and the start of the doubleheader, whether Coons would just stay in and pitch, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, especially with Blake. I'm assuming he's going to pitch the 7th inning, and he'll have 3 innings of work today. Although there is somebody in the bullpen playing catch. That's Reinflesch.
Yep, 42. So he's getting ready for game 2.
Pop up in foul territory. Fandre races over and makes the catch, and that ends Sheboygan's 6th. He do not score. So as we head to the 7th inning, final chance for Addison. They're down 6.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year,
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meyer app.
Yes. For Addison, leading off the 7th, their last chance, it'll be Ivan Tejada, Tom Irish Moran, and John Zielinski. Coons still on the mound for Sheboygan.
He'll get the win, correct?
We've had questions about that. We had a game earlier this year where Eric Schmitz went 4 innings of a 7-inning game and got credit for the win. You're supposed to pitch 5. And if that happened early in the year with Eric, I'm sure they will give Reklitis credit for the win and give Coons a save.
Because, I mean, clearly Reklitis would have went deep into that ball game, all 7 likely, and his record right now is
5-3. No,
5-1.
5-1 with 3 shutouts.
Yes,
that's what it is.
Yep, got to go all the way to the end to find it.
Yeah, yeah, right. I'm gonna have a word with Tim, see why this order of statistics is the way it is.
We should have done it after like game 1 is what we should have done.
Would be nice to have the file so we can change it so every time it's printed out, it comes out in a way that it's easier to read. Tejada grounds out to Bennett, and that's going to bring up Irish Moran.
Edison fighting to stay alive with those walks, but they ended up leaving him on base in the last inning. They got those hits back in the 5th right on a fresh Blake Coons, but now down to their final 2 outs in the contest, and they got a 6-run deficit to come back from.
I don't see Moran's name on this roster sheet, so we could call him whatever we want.
We could call him whatever we want, sure.
It's nothing. He's not on the list. I look for number 4. There's not a number 4 listed. It should be. You're right. It should be.
Nope, he's right. For once, he's right.
1-1 is the count to Moran. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game. So for once, huh?
Oh, you got that now.
I don't like that, Jordan. That's not treating your partner with respect.
You're always
2-1 is the count to Moran. Sheboygan's up 6-0. Coons trying to finish it out. Hopper skips by Gussie. Going to be a tough hit, base hit.
Base hit. See, you were right.
John Zielinski up next. Zielinski grounded out. Actually hit into a double play his last time up.
Good, you can say that again.
That would be a nice way to end the ball game. That was not an easy double play either, if I remember correctly. Pettit had to come in almost to the grass and did a very short flip over to Bennett, and Bennett made the nice relay throw to first for the double play. But at first glance, I'm thinking, well, they'll just get the out at first.
And then they stretched it.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was a good play. Gussie over, makes a nice pickup, throw to second for 1, on to first, double play. Great relay throw by Bennett Becker, and Coons finishes it out for Sheboygan as they win game 1 of this, what's going to be a 3-game series, by a score of 6-0. The winning pitcher, will give it to Reklitis, give Coons the save. The losing pitcher is the starter from yesterday, Matt McAleer. And there'll be a short break. Don't go too far from your monitors, and we'll have games 3 and 4. One more time, Sheboygan a winner, 6-0.
Getting ready here for game 2 of technically 3 here today. If you're just joining us, the A's won the first 6-0. And here we are at the 32-18 overall record for the Sheboygan A's, as they're now 14-13 in the state league. Addison falls to 11-12, so the A's above 500, Addison under 500. Basically a best-of-3 series this weekend between the two teams, as Blake Coons went the last few innings in our resumed game, as it's going to be Brad Reinflesch doing the pitching for Sheboygan. They have a few lineup changes in the A's lineup, but Addison had a few more changes. We'll go through those, I should say, throughout the course of this game, and it all starts with Blaine Bradford, who's playing shortstop now, and he wears the number 3. It'll be Bradford, Fondry, and Campbell due up here in the first against Reinflesch. First pitch of the game, swing and a miss, strike one. Defensively now for the A's, Cooper Gussie, he's not at third. It's Harry Stelt over at the third base position. Cooper is in the DH role. At first base is Jimmy Jurgensen. He is not the DH. He's now over at first. Stelmacher's doing the catching, I should add, for Reinflesch. Then at second is going to be Ross Christ. He comes from the outfield back to the infield. Christ at second, Stelt at third, and it'll be Riley Palmquist at shortstop. And then the outfield left to right is Walker, Kim, and Andreas. 2-1 the count to Bradford. And next pitch, it just missed. It's going to make it 3-1.
We've talked through the course of the season that Brad records a lot of strikeouts. He has 90, but he also walks quite a few. He's got 41 coming into today's game, and that's in 59 and 2/3 innings. You know, a high count, and he usually throws a lot of pitches during the course of a game, but he'll also complete a lot of those games.
Also kind of expect him to go all 7 in this game. That's not always guaranteed. We'll see what he's able to do in game 2. Full count right out of the gate, and another foul ball.
Be interesting if Coons could come back in after throwing his 3 innings in that suspended game.
Maybe in the second game, give him a little more of a break, but we'll see. He didn't go too long, and we've seen him start and go deep into ball games before. Breaking pitch, got him, strike 3. Goes down on strikes looking as Bradford, and Reinflesch gets his first K of the ball game to bring up Harry Fondry. Other changes in Addison's lineup. Kyle Campbell is at third. That stays the same. Tom Moran, Irish, he moves to the cleanup spot. He wears the number 4, plays in the 4 position, which is second. He's at cleanup. Brian Dunlea is at 5th. Alex Perez 6th. Ivan Tejeda, Ty Klinsky, and then Josh Dryden. So changes all aboard other than the top 3.
Reinflesch looks pretty loose here starting up the game, and takes us to our game time weather report. Temperature's up a little bit for this first game of the regularly scheduled doubleheader at 80 degrees. Skies are mostly cloudy now, and the wind is gently blowing out towards right field.
You can see it there on your camera, that wind pushing out right when you look towards the flag. It's a 1-1 count here to Fondry. Reinflesch had to work for his first strikeout of the game, but he's able to get it, and now falls behind 2-1.
Jordan mentioned the infield alignment for Sheboygan. Arguably, this could be Sheboygan's best defensive lineup.
Harry still back at third base. He played 2 or 3 in a row at first, but he was usually at third for a while now that Nice is down with an injury.
Although it's hard to discount Bennett Becker and the defensive work he does for Sheboygan. Made a couple of really nice turns at second base in the last 3 innings of the first game of that suspended contest.
See if Reinflesch can get another full count strikeout, and just missed. Stelmacher unable to frame it, and the first base runner of the game is courtesy of a walk. Kyle Campbell going to have to get used to coming out to Taylor Swift. Going to be a long day for the center fielder of Addison. There's a 4-0 ball game as we resumed the first game from last night through 4 complete. A's were able to add on 2 more, but they left over 10 runners on base in that contest. Not good a number to finish with as this one gets through, and easily taking second is Harry.
The pitcher that Addison threw in the very first game of the season was a kid by the name of Chris Weedo. And I'm not sure if he's here this weekend. If he's not, that's a plus for Sheboygan, along with the third baseman, Chris Stagowski, who hit that grand slam home run. Weedo limited Sheboygan in that very first game to only 1 run and 5 hits.
We'll have to see if they're saving him for our final game.
Yeah, that's we'll have to wait and find out about that.
They're going with Cord Babcock here is Addison, but before there, Rindfleisch has to work out of the jam. A runner at second with just 1 out, and a strike called to even it up. 0-1, I should say. Oh boy, there's a shot out into right field and a few steps and able to make the grab. Runner tagging up from second to third though, and the throw to Harry's cut off a few feet before the bag. Campbell will fly out, but will advance the runner to third base now with 2 outs.
I don't know if you could tell that on your screen, but Brad Rindfleisch was very late getting to his backup spot. As a matter of fact, he never really did, but coming in from left field to help out was Gus Walker. He showed a real good hustle on that play.
Tom Irish Moran here in the cleanup spot. Addison with a runner on third, no one out. They don't have a hit yet in the ball game, but that elusive runner, he's able to get on via a walk. Wild pitch got him to second, and then tags up on the fly out to right. Breaking pitch stays high. On the 1-0. Fouled it back. We'll keep an eye on Fondry over at third base. He had a nice big lead there.
The old gang is back together up here in the press box. CJ back from his sojourn up to Appleton doing announcements and audio enhancements. Bill Wagner's our field announcer, and I'm Mike Martin along with Jordan Lorenz, one of the A's interns. We're the live stream announcers. Also on deck is Annalise McMillan. We don't know where Nia's been. He's been gone for the last couple of games, but interns always do a fine job.
Able to get him 1-2 here on the close strike call, but missed outside, even it up at 2. Very close second strike, got the call. Looks like Steve Walsh still doing behind the plate.
I originally had them changed around, but they just stayed as is because there was such a...
It makes sense.
Such
it's like
a
doing
short
a 9-inning game, I guess, basically. Swing and a miss. Rindfleisch works out of it, and Irish goes down on strikes. We'll head to the bottom half for the first, tell you about the A's changes in their batting lineup as the score remains 0-0.
Authorized dealer.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Light on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. Are you serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious.
Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Yeah, no.
Got it.
But interesting to small world.
It is a small world, isn't it? We saw Grand Canyon University shirt. Think
Right
of Jimmy
below us.
Jurgensen. Oh, yeah, 2 rows down. So it's going to be Cord Babcock, another lefty for Addison on the bump. Gus Walker, Ross Christ, Harry Stelt all coming up here. A few batting changes, though, that we'll be going over throughout the course of the inning. Bennett Becker is out at the 5-hole. And the first pitch misses outside. Jacoby Andreas is back. He's playing in right field. And we got Joey Pettit out of the ball game. Riley Palmquist takes over at short. And then Stelmacher for Schnell. It's kind of good that you carry 3 catchers along on a day like this. We don't know if all 3 are here. I don't know if I saw their Becky at all. But Schnell
regarding Joe, there's a base hit. Regarding Joey.
Oh, diving effort back in center field. This might be 2 or 3 bases as Walker holds up at second. A single and then an error. I don't know why he tried to dive at that ball. But he's able to advance to second.
I was going to say about Joey, Jordan, it's a good thing to have him out of this game because he's scheduled to start.
Yes, true. I didn't even think of that.
You know, the second game, so you want to give him a little bit of a rest.
Just get him out on the field a little bit, loosen him up in the first game, and then get him to pitch here in the third, technically second, whatever you want to say. And the first pitch misses down low, able to take third base. How about it? Addison handing the A's opportunities left and right in both of these ball games. It all started in the first game with a Harry Stelt bomb out to left field, and it was just seemed like a rather routine fly ball, but the sun got in the eye of Brian Donlea over in left field, turned into a double, and then another mishap later on. Just missing low to make it 2-0.
Throughout the season, we've expressed a little bit of concern about our left-handed hitters being able to hit left-handed pitching. That certainly hasn't been an issue here today.
This is a center field ball. Should be able to sack fly, and it's going to carry back a little more, making a catch back against the wall. Run easily able to come in on the sack fly for Ross Christ.
Campbell actually made a really nice play to catch that ball.
I didn't expect that thing to carry as far as it did.
I don't think he did either.
No. Back to the wall, just backpedaling and able to make the catch. Either way, a run would have scored, however you look at it. But it's now a 1-0 game with a 1 out as Harry Stelt comes to the deck, and a little help by Alex Perez wiping off that pitcher's mound for Babcock. Holding up time for an awful long time is Steve Walsh. Harry will step out and see if we get ready to go.
Harry might have called timeout because the pitcher wasn't pitching.
Walsh had his hand up, and then Harry eventually just called time and stepped out. Strike one, a low strike call.
Everything's got to be just right or I'm not hitting.
He got to hear his song for a little longer. Hammers this one, and it will be a base hit. The hit parade continues as Harry Stelt is able to reach base, and that'll bring up the Northwoods cleanup hitter, Jonathan Kim.
Alex Cardoza started the action today for Addison, and he only pitched an inning and a third and gave up 5 hits. And the starter here for Addison, Cord Babcock, is given up 2 hits early. Their relief pitching, or their secondary pitching, has not been very good so far.
The A's were 3-2 against Addison last season. There's a low pitch that's able to be saved by Klinsky. They were 3-2 against him last season. They'll only be playing 4 games this year unless somehow they make up that last one. Doesn't seem likely. No, I didn't think so. This late in the year, yeah. So now it's 1-1 the series. Addison won 6-1. Sheboygan won 6-0. And a low pitch.
Jane and I were talking about that too. She asked, well, what are they going to do about the 2 games yesterday? And I said, boy, it's so late in the season. They probably, and it won't matter in the standings anyway. It's not like there's a championship involved, so they wouldn't play them. And seeing that it's only 1 game, obviously, they're not going to play that.
Yeah, we were all surprised to see they were making up the game from yesterday, finishing it out.
Good for Recolytis. And he is.
Good
for
for
that
the A's
matter.
record, yeah. Padded a little more, now 32 and 18, 14 games over 500. 1 game over 500 in state league play.
Should be 33, I think.
Is it 33?
I believe so.
It's either 32 or 33. We'll check that.
We're close. We're within 1 game.
We're only 1 game off. Right back to Babcock. Goes to second. It's dropped at second. Harry jogging in, but he's still able to make it there in time. Harry thought for sure that would have been 2, but it was dropped by Irish at second base, and a costly error now has runners on first and second.
That's 2 errors on this inning
yes,
by
the
Addison.
the center fielder had that one. This is an error-filled Addison team because you go back to the previous game where they had 1 or 2 also.
Yeah, I was just going to look that up. I never did write down the final totals for Sheboygan and Addison.
We'll ask Bill. We'll cross-check in between. A's had 10 hits, I'm pretty sure, in the ball game.
Yeah, Addison had 2 errors in the last game.
2 errors. 1 yesterday, 1 today. Andreas up next here. He's in for Bennett Becker. And first pitch misses outside. It's dropped, but Harry going to hold up at second base.
Actually, we ended up with 11. Mackler gave up 5 on Saturday. Cardoza, who pitched that inning in a third, gave up 5 also, and then Hawks came in and gave up a hit to the very first batter he faced.
So it was 11.
11 hit. That's a good day. 7 innings only.
And pretty consistent throw, too. Yesterday they had 5, and today they get 7.
Right.
Or 6 or whatever it was. 6 or 7, one of the 2. Foul ball back. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here to Andreas. Cord Babcock has not been getting any help from his defense so far. As there's certainly just a 1 ball because that thing hopped a few times and they did indeed get him over at first. Andreas hustling to try and get there, but he advanced the runners now with 2 outs for Jimmy Jurgensen.
Jimmy had a good game 1, going 2 for 4 with an RBI and scoring a couple runs.
Jimmy got to focus just on his hitting back then. Now he's at first base for this contest. He's got Kim at second, Stelt at third. 2 outs in the inning, going to try and add on a little bit more than just the 1 run. 2 hits in the contest for the A's so far.
See how Jimmy handles this left-hander against Cardoza. He hit into a fielder's choice that scored a run.
The 1-0 pitch. Hammered, and this is going to be a drop. It goes down, and the right fielder misses it. 2 runs able to come in. It's a 3-0 ball game. And that thing was just hanging up in the air and then ended up dropping in right field, similar to Luis Urias, who walked it off for the Brewers the other night. 2 RBI shot for Jimmy.
I still go back, Bill. Line drives are overrated. That little looper allowed 2 runs to score. If he hits a line drive to right field, we're going to have a play at the plate.
Palmquist substituting for Pettit, as we mentioned earlier on. And there, as you see, Ty Klinsky putting the 2 up in the air. 2 outs. You can go to first, second, get the force, but Klinsky's just saying, get me out of here.
Palmquist seeing a lot of action this year. This is his 35th game. As he steps in, he's hitting .278. Between Becker and Joey Pettit and Riley Palmquist, those 3 have played really good defense. Mostly at shortstop between them.
We haven't had to single out the A's defense a whole lot. It's mostly just their offense leaving runners on base. Even with leaving 10 or more on base in game 1, they won by 6 runs, which is good to see as that low strike gets called. But here they are in the first game, pouncing immediately. 3 hits, 3 runs. It's an awful long time for Brad Reinflush to be waiting, though, in between innings. Sage Stelmacher due up next, wearing the catching gear. And this one is pulled towards third base, but just foul.
Playing off the line over there is Alex Perez. Anything hit right down the line should be able to get through to out into left field. You notice over there, did you see what Alex just did? Put his glove up in the air above his eyes, looked up into the sky, make sure he can track any pop-ups.
Yeah, that's not fun. 1-2 the count, and Babcock misses low. Holding up at first is Jimmy. He's learning from his teammates. That sun is not your friend here today. Little breeze. Not a whole lot here as the count's 2-2 to Palmquist. Jimmy Jurgensen on first. And the 2-2 pitch. Misses outside, full count. Cord Babcock with a real high pitch count through 1.
With 2 outs, Jimmy will be on the move over at first base.
We'll put it on the far cam here so you can see what kind of jump he gets and where things might be heading. Full count pitch. He's going to check over to first because they knew he was running, and the shortstop covers, didn't get there in time.
Give Jimmy a stolen base.
Blaine Bradford ends up giving up a stolen base to Jimmy Jurgensen, as you said, because he was anticipating, full count, I'm running on anything. Babcock with a real quick move.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
You got to wait until he pitches it. You don't need a big jump. You're only on first base. Is that his first stolen bag of the year? He's got one other stolen base, it says.
Make sure you find the right column.
Yeah. As this one's going to score him. Great hitting by Riley Palmquist, fighting back from down in the count. And it is a 4-0 Sheboygan A's lead.
Who says Jimmy doesn't know what he's doing? He's getting himself in the scoring position.
He would have had a chance to score as he was in motion from first, but it would have been a lot harder. It's a 4-0 lead for the A's as Stelmacher takes off the catching gear, and we're at the 8 hole. Cooper Gussie, the only A not to hit yet this inning. He's on deck next.
Stelmacher seeing action in only his 13th game so far this year. Does have a .242 average. Yeah, we did see him come into a game last week as a pinch runner. He does have good speed.
All hands on deck for the catchers. You never know if one gets hurt and goes down, something like that. A lot of baseball to be played today.
Hunter Stager was here yesterday. I didn't see him down in the dugout today.
So, technically they got 4 solid catchers. Larbecki, Stager, Schnell, and Stelmacher.
Right.
It's a 0-1 count after Babcock tries to check down on first to Palmquist. Getting a good lead over there. Missing high and outside.
It's been a long inning and a lot of pitches for Babcock. I think we mentioned Steve Walsh still behind the plate and Doug Steinke still on the bases. They'll switch for game 2.
You hope so. Babcock will see if he eventually throws a pitch to Stelmacher. One of these times he'll have to. It's 1-1, and this one is hit into center field, Kyle Campbell territory, and he is able to make sight of the ball. It goes right into his glove, as it should. It's a 4-0 lead for the Sheboygan A's, as that was a very lengthy bottom half of the first.
Me spells the great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family-owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community, and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Four nothing here in the top half of the second. A long break for Brad Reinflesch, but we'll see what happens and see if he's able to come out strong. I was looking back, and he pitched in that game against Addison in the State League Challenge. He struck out 6 in 5 innings pitched. Obviously, did give up some runs in that contest. The A's led 1-0, but fell 6-1. Elliot Danoff came up in relief after that scenario.
Did you mention the 5 walks?
In that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mention that part.
Reinflesch, 5 innings, 5 walks. Did have 6 Ks like Jordan said, though.
He had more strikeouts than walks, at least.
That's good for something.
There's been a few scenarios this year where Reinflesch loses control a little bit and the walk count gets up there, but it's not too often that happens. Breaking pitch, not caught, and held the glove there.
If we use that first inning that Brad pitched in this game as a barometer, he walked 1. That's not good. But
No.
he struck out 2. So
Yeah. I mean, technically, though, you're on pace to walk 7 then.
Yep.
If you want to look at it that way, as he misses badly there and falls behind 2-0. He'd be on pace for 14 strikeouts and 7 walks. He's in the record book. I believe him and Coons both have 17 now. I'd have to double check. Follow back, but Blake Coons 17 strikeouts against Green Bay the other night.
I don't think Brad had any that high. At least none of the games here.
In 2019, 17, Brad Reinflesch.
Okay, so
Well, they all say versus, so I don't know if they're at home or not, but it was against a peer, I know that much.
okay.
Got the strike call.
I was thought you were referring to this year. I didn't realize he had
no,
17
not this year.
in
Yeah, 2019 he did.
Okay.
Rekleitis did it
Was
last
that in
year.
the list that you looked when you looked in the book that day?
It's in the book now.
Okay.
Fly ball to right field, and the hat comes off, and able to make the catch is Jacoby Andreas. So Rekleitis struck out 16 in the game last year against Menasha. So, I mean, there's your current guys striking out plenty.
By the way, our trivia question today, if we ever get to the 4th inning, is in reference to Sheboygan A and the Wisconsin State League.
You want me to
you
figure
wanna
out one
stay
for the
tuned
second
that
game?
question? Huh?
We need one for the second game?
I didn't make one up.
Okay. I'll figure one out in our intermission.
I only have so much time to spend on my computer.
Yeah, I know. Strike gets put in there as Alex Perez assumes this position.
I got into this habit, Jordan, of making out one trivia question per game.
Not 2.
Not double headers. Or maybe I should say 1 per day.
Yeah, 1 per day is a little easier. Technically, you could have done 3
Although
today.
that State League Challenge would have been challenging too, because you know, we played 2 in a day, and they weren't together. So
yeah, that was like that was different.
That was different.
Long days.
You know, we talked about doing the Legion State Tournament, maybe coming up with some trivia questions for those games.
We'll figure something out. Do some prep work Monday. We know all the teams now. I don't have them to read, but yesterday they finalized everything.
Right. Well, that's good.
Sheboygan is obviously in as
Scott
the host
and Kelly
team.
Witter were here yesterday before the first game of what was supposed to be a doubleheader.
Do you remember, Bill, what teams she told us yesterday? Sheboygan, Manitowoc. That's what I remember. 1-2 count to Perez and held it up high, 2-2. Ryan Flesch to add another strikeout. Went a little sidearm on that pitch, and that will be a base hit. Infield single, able to reach it. Made it close. Was Ross Christ at second. Jimmy Jurgensen snagged it off a hop, but an infield single for Perez. Ivan Tejeda up next. Tejeda plays right field. He's got one on with one out, as that was the first hit given up by Ryan Flesch. Now the wind is calmly pushing out towards center a little bit more. It's moving around today. Keep an eye on that throughout the season as this one gets by.
Boy. Those kind of, that's a pass ball, but I mean, those things need to be caught. You can't be giving the team a base like that. That's just unacceptable.
That's like the second or third time Stelmacher's dropped it behind the plate. This was the first time with a base runner on.
Actually, I gave him a pass ball in the first inning.
Oh, he did have one in the first inning.
Fondre went to second base.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he walked and then got over there and then got over from the sac fly. Stelmacher going to work on it here. Breaking pitch, stays out, 2-0. Good eye there by Tejeda not to bite.
The other thing, when the umpire is calling his game behind home plate, if the catcher can catch it, it makes it a lot easier for the umpire. If he's missing him, you know, generally speaking, you're not going to get the break on the pitch.
Palmquist, a little fly out. There was a pitch earlier on. It was close, and then it just went right back to the backstop, and they said, nope, ball.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed
it's
that
harder
it'll be
to
a
frame
ball.
when you're not catching them, too.
Exactly. And he held his glove there in the play, too, even though he didn't have the ball. And that's the problem, is you try to frame it a little too much, and then you let the ball get right past you. Shouldn't always be the priority. Ty Klinsky here. He DH'd in game one. Now he's catching. Takes ball one outside. Brad Reinflesch, relatively slow start, even though he didn't give up a hit in the first. Throwing a lot more balls than we're accustomed to seeing.
A very slow pace to this ball game. Yesterday's 4-inning job, like we mentioned earlier, 48 minutes to play 4 innings is really quick, and we're certainly not at that pace.
Almost too quick, some would argue. It's a 2-0 count.
Bill wouldn't argue that.
No, I'm not arguing it either.
No.
Following it back off. First strike of the AB to make it 2-1 as it bounces right behind the home plate umpire.
Nice crowd on this sunny Sunday afternoon.
Got a birthday party down by the Addison side. Got a Cooper Gussie fan club up in the deck. And got him, rung him up on. Okay. Never mind. It's only 2 strikes.
Good call by Steve Walsh. Trouble is, it should have been your strike 2 call, not your strike 3 punch out.
Ty Klinsky was a little questioning, and there we go. Now it's strike 3.
Now all I got to do, Jordan, is change that C into a K.
There you go.
Makes it
nice and easy there as Ryan Flesch dusts things off. We're through 1.5 innings. It's a 4-0 ball game as the A's lead.
Every single second, every minute, every hour, all the whole year through.
It is intense right here.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That's a lot of lemons.
Well, you know what they say when life gives you lemons.
We know the saying, Mark.
New Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade, packed with lemonade flavor after a lemon of a year.
Wingism number 3, the Peter Heater.
Oh, so hot.
Oh, so hot!
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 4, tea time.
What are you, having tea with the queen?
Hello. Nice.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Back here in the ballpark, trying to get a number on Reinflesch so far through his first 2 innings of work. It's a 4-0 lead for Sheboygan as Cord Babcock's going to look for a much quicker and more efficient inning rather than what he had in the bottom half of the first. Gave up 4 runs on 4 hits. All right, Legion, Tuesday's ball games. We've got an 11 a.m., a 1:45 p.m., a 4:30 p.m., and a 7:45 p.m. contest. That game got pushed back as well as opening ceremonies from roughly half an hour, 15
I think
minutes.
was the original schedule.
Yeah, it was
time.
7:15. Now it's 7:45. We'll give you the matchups here moving on in the broadcast.
No, it's number of pitches thrown. 40 pitches, 2 innings. That's kind of a lot, but
a lot.
To cut back on that. Yeah, we got that. We got all the rest of it. We were just wondering on pitch counts.
40
Thanks.
pitches.
Thanks, Carlin.
Left it. Oh, never mind. Not inside. It's an 0-2 count. Cooper Gussie looks up to his deck and says, "What in the world?" He was moving out of the way.
Don't kill the umpire.
0-2 pitch down in the dirt. After this, we'll go over the Legion matchups coming up on Tuesday for our first set of games. We have records as well. This is very nice.
Yeah, thanks to Bill for researching that for us.
Pops this one back up. It'll be out of play. Almost hit that.
So yesterday, right outside our window, there was a red pickup truck. In its place today is a white SUV, Lexus-type vehicle, a very nice car. If one goes off the hood, he's going to have a dent.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. It almost went in the convertible on that one as he goes down on strikes. Legion ball here. We're back to the top of the lineup with Gus Walker. But Legion ball, first game at 11 a.m. Middleton. They're 13-13-1, so I don't really know how that one works. I'll do a little research. They're playing Manitowoc, who's 22-4. And then our 1:45 game, Leclerc, who's 19-13. They're playing a 22-13 Marshfield at 4:30. We're going to see De Pere, who's 22-12, take on 15-7 Fond du Lac, and then Sheboygan, the host city. They are 15-14. They play the last game at 7:45 against 12-17. We'll get their opponent in 1 second as that ball is caught out in center field by Kyle Campbell. It'll be Sheboygan and Genoa City in that last ball game at 7:45. We'll keep that there.
I find it very interesting that there are so many teams with not very good records.
I
really.
was thinking the same thing. You got 12-17 losing record. 13,
Sheboygan's only got 1 win above 500. Yeah, and then Middleton too.
Yeah. I mean, you got your Manitowoc's and De Pere's and Marshfields all with 22 wins. That's pretty good.
The other thing that stood out for me.
A liner, it was caught. Wow. We'll talk a little bit more about Legion ball coming up in the third inning. It's still 4-0.
At Northwoods, we're protecting you through this pandemic and the next.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year,
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meijer app.
Finishing up musical chairs here at the ballpark. Brad Reinflesch, he'll be pitching. So that ball also goes past Sage Stelmacher.
He was the pitching coach.
Oh, he is, and he's DHing. Josh Dryden, all right. See if he can hit the ball. This will be interesting.
Two things that stood out to me, Justin, was Marshfield playing 35 games. Seems like an awful lot. And De Pere was right behind them with 34. Most of the other teams are in the high 20s.
I would assume Manitowoc got the 1 seed with Middleton 13-13-1. I'm assuming that's the 1-8 matchup.
You might think so. Bill, when you did your research, could you figure out the seeding of those teams?
Oh,
okay.
It's by regions.
That's
right. I remember looking at the bracket. Yes. We can seed them ourselves. First pitch to Dryden in there for a strike, the lefty. Nice bright orange bat. Yes, he is. Sunglasses are on. He falls behind 0-2 rather quickly to Reinflesch. Good to see him get back in the swing of things, throwing strikes. And did he go? No, he held up. I won't check down to first. Pretty clear he held himself.
That's a very hard call for the first base umpire to make. If you had the third base umpire, he could make it pretty easily.
I looked down to the first base ump, and he was talking to Jimmy Jurgensen anyway, so who knows how close he was paying attention.
Yeah, I don't think they ever appealed to it. Stelmacher probably recognized the situation, too.
Oh, yeah. It's a 1-2 count. And a quick leg movement there evens it up at 2-2. Blaine Bradford and Harry Fondry up next in the inning for sure. Reinflesch gave up his first hit of the contest back in the top half of the second.
I'm sure you probably mentioned something and I didn't hear you, but we got our DH in the number 9 spot again.
Both of them. Oh, just missed. CJ brought that up to me before.
That's right. Gussie, the DH, hitting in the 9th spot.
Don't know where that pitch missed, but it just did, and the count is now full. Reinflesch to Dryden, and my goodness, just missed. It's a walk. Right down the middle, a fan says.
And Brad thought it was pretty much a strike, too, the way he looked in after the ball call. It was awfully close, that's for sure.
The last 2 ball calls were very, very close. Didn't get either of them. So much goes the 0-2 count. Bradford up next here with his pitching coach of the Edison Braves, Dryden on first. This is a bouncing ball over to Palmquist, gets a hold of it. Christ at second, and the throw over to first, not in time. Fielder's choice. Yes, 22, Taylor Swift.
Good pickup by Riley, and pretty good turn over there by Chris. Just a little bit too much speed by Bradford.
That's what you want at your leadoff spot. See if they can garner a stolen base or anything, or move them over a bit more. Nice out for the A's, though. Able to get one, got that lead runner.
Good lead over at first base by Bradford, too.
Fondry takes ball 1 outside. Brad a little bit off so far in the contest. Swing and a miss on a low pitch. We could say 1-1.
Speaking of Brad, we talked about his hitting. He's really quite a good hitter. Might have been nice to see him being the DH today.
In the DH while he was pitching, Blake Kuhn style?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was referring to.
Throw back to first, and not in time. Very, very close. That was the first and only time we've seen that where the pitcher was in the DH spot, and it was Blake Kuhn, who hadn't had an AB in his A's career.
I got a feeling the night that happened, it had to be a numbers game. There weren't a lot of subs on the bench for Sheboygan, and he thought it was just best to let the pitcher bat and play it through that way.
Didn't really hurt him a whole lot.
Did we win that game?
I think so. I'd have to look back.
I can check.
If it was the Appleton game, we didn't. But I don't think it was. I think it was the Green Bay game. 2-2 off a tick into the zone for Fondry. Pretty positive it was that Green Bay game. Would have had to be. Because that's where he got the 17 strikeouts.
It wasn't the Appleton game.
No, because you don't strike out 17 and lose.
It was the Green Bay game, and we won that one 9-1. So
just missed
his at-bats
inside.
didn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly. There were some situations, though, where he had runners on base. I think he had 2 RBI scenarios. Didn't convert. Full count after another close call misses. Ryan Flesch going to walk it off, and it's a full count here to Fondry with Bradford on first. He reached via the fielder's choice. Speed saved him from running into a double play. And the full count pitch. Runner was going. Sage was ready to throw him out at second. Didn't need to on a foul ball. That would have been a nice double play. Strikeout, throw him out to end it.
We have the window open right in front of us, and I don't know about you, Jordan, but I can feel the heat coming in here. It's a little on the uncomfortable side out there for the players, I'm sure.
There's only that one other game where it was like 99 or whatever. That's the only other one that stands out. Full count once again, and smartly calling time. So it's taking an awful long.
Can be a dangerous situation with the high humidity, especially for the home plate umpire. Make sure he gets his liquids between innings.
Ryan Flesch under his glove. Chris goes through his hands. He throws to second. No play there. And going to reach. So we have runners on first and second now for Addison, as that's an E4 against Ross Christ. Potentially could have been 2, but at least would have got the one on second.
Yeah, just get that lead runner for sure.
Campbell comes to the plate. Bradford on second, Fondry on first.
I was thinking before the air that 4-run lead seems pretty comfortable, but when you get into situations like this, you can never have enough runs.
Especially when Ryan Flesch is giving up a pitch like that. Thankfully, Stelmacher keeps that one in play.
Manager Tim Moyer pacing in front of the A's dugout, thinking about what could have been.
Don't think he expected the game to start like this, even though they're up 4-0. Missing again outside.
Brad looking to find the zone on a little more consistent basis.
Missed 3-0. He's missing close a lot too, which is the most frustrating part. You're not getting the hitter to bite, and you're not getting the call from the home plate umpire. It is a 3-0 count. Teases a throw back to second. Kyle Campbell will have a little longer to wait.
Waiting on deck is Irish Moran.
Got the strike call there at least. Had a red light was Kyle Campbell. Makes it 3-1. At this point, if you're Addison, just make Brad throw strikes consistently, because that's been a struggle. Swing and a miss. Evens it up.
You know, you're thinking, why couldn't he do that one of the first 3 pitches?
Looks good when he throws it there.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully he can come back with one more.
Heater went right by him on the 3-1 and just missed, and the bases are loaded. What eyes by Campbell to hold up. And now Stelmacher going to go out and have a bit of a talk with Brad as the bases are loaded with just 1 out.
Moran's first at bat, he struck out. How about a one hopper back to Brad and get a 1-2-3 double play.
Still only one hit given up in the ball game, but it's those walks that are just costly. And the pitch count for what we thought could have been a potential 7-inning game for Rindfleisch, you might be throwing that out the door. Harry Stelt came in as well to talk things over with Stellmacher and Rindfleisch.
Yeah, Bradford at third, Fandy at second, and Campbell over at first. Pretty good speed on the bases.
See what Irish can do on a fresh AB with the bases loaded. Only good thing about this is Cord Babcock has been waiting a long time in Addison's dugout. The A's got to him back in the first. See if he gets a little tired and beat up as he hasn't thrown in a while. Strike one comes in on a beautiful breaking ball.
Harry's even with the bag over at third.
Went back to it and got him to swing. Look at Harry
Jimmy was
Stelt.
playing behind the runner at first.
Force at any bag with the bases loaded, and the next pitch on the 0-2. Just ticked it back foul. I believe it was the first or second at bat of the inning. Brad was ahead 0-2 and ended up walking the batter.
That might have been Dryden, the number 9
yes,
hitter.
It was, and then he got out on the fielder's choice. So that was the first of the inning. Here we go, 0-2 once again. Pops this one up, and out of play it goes. Don't know where that one ended up.
Well, out of the ballpark. Fans in the general admission seats on the first base side were watching it sail out.
Rindfleisch on the 0-2. Swing and a miss. 3 breaking balls go right by Irish Moran. And it is now 2 outs in the inning with the bases loaded for Brian Donlia.
Donnelly hit that ball hard his last time up out to right field that our right fielder Andreas made a nice catch on.
He'd love to just put it in play and get his Addison Braves on board. As for Rindfleisch, he'll take a pop-out, ground-out, strikeout, whatever way you slice it, and the breaking pitch seems to be working, so maybe in the talk, Stellmacher was saying, hey, let's go to that, take a little off it, don't throw the heaters as much. It's been working so far. Now he goes to the heater, and it's hammered, but way ahead of it. That's the adjustment you have to make, and now it's an 0-2 count to Donlia.
I think they're going to go back to the breaking ball, Jordan, and not leave it over the plate, hopefully. Just a little bit outside. Maybe they can get them to tease at it and swing.
And if you leave it in the dirt, you better put your faith in Sage Stellmacher to not let it get it past him like he has twice already today. On the 0-2, went to the heater. That ball bounces back into fair play.
Rindfleisch throwing that ball away, getting a brand new ball from umpire Walsh. A lot of pitches this inning for Brad.
It's the real problem. You're lucky if he can go 5 now at this point in time.
Yeah, he had 40 through 2, and he's definitely over 20 pitches this inning.
Next pitch.
That was the pitch I thought he would throw the pitch
agree.
before.
Tempt him on the 0-2, but he went fastball, now the outside pitch. He's got 1 and 2, got a few more to work with, but you don't really want to screw around a whole lot with the bases loaded. Back to the fastball, fouled it back, out of play it goes. The birthday group will run and get it.
Looking at the infield defense for Sheboygan, Harry, with less than 2 outs, was up even with the bag. Now he's behind the bag, as are all the infielders. Jimmy not holding that runner on first. So all they want to do is get an out.
Just one. Don't let any of those runs come across the pitch. Sidearm technique and missed it again. It's the second or third time he's changed the way he throws this inning.
Come on, Brad.
2-2. Went to the fastball, but left it high. An 0-2 goes to 3-2 for the second time this inning.
Well, any kind of a base hit to the outfield will definitely score 2 with the runners on the move with 2 outs.
They're all in motion here. 3-2 full count. Left it in. The A's fans cannot believe it, but it's a 4-1 ball game now. How many, is that the third walk of the inning?
Third walk of the inning.
Wow. Tim Moyer going to come out and have a talk with Ryan Flesch. You don't want to pull him, obviously, just yet. He's through 2 2/3, but it's probably around 75 pitches.
You made a comment about something, Jordan, that'll lead to a pitcher not having real good control, and that's when they're not repeating their delivery each time. And you mentioned that sometimes he comes a little sidearm, sometimes he comes with a funky leg kick, and all those kinds of things hurt your control. You know, if you can repeat your delivery over and over again, it helps in your control. You should be able to throw more strikes.
Especially when you're struggling already, because in his mind, he's going to try and change it up and see if something else works. But you got to get that consistency there before you can work with all those and make them work.
Alex Perez is up, and Alex got a base hit in the second inning.
Base hit here could make it a 1-run game. Have to see what happens in this situation. 2 outs, bases loaded. Addison just got their first run of the contest. Strike 1. It has been a very tight strike zone, and Ryan Flesch is having trouble finding it. Gets the first pitch in there, and the second pitch hammered through the infield. It goes. 1-run scores being waved around third base. The throw, it's a good one, and can he get back in time? He cannot. 2-run score. It's a 4-3 game. Addison trotting back into it. Sheboygan put up 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th, and the Braves have a 3-piece here in the top half of the 3rd.
On the hit, Donlea went to third on the throw home. Perez having a good game. He's 2 for 2 with a couple RBIs. That error has really come back to haunt us.
This inning could have been over 30 pitches ago.
None of the runs this inning are earned. That's a little consolation. We're only up
That'll
1.
help the ERA. Looks like it's a 4.37 right now coming into the game. Breaking pitch. He gets that call as well. Again ahead 0-2 to Ivan Tejeda.
Ryan Flesch trying to get out of the inning without any more runs being scored.
Popped it up. Out it goes.
That ball landed right in a bush outside the fence.
It's an easy one to get.
Never going to find it. Oh, they got it.
They did. Must have been in the very front. Here we go, 0-2. Held up. I would have just shaken it a little bit if I had to. It'll come out eventually.
That's what they do at Wrigley Field in the Vines.
Yeah, that's what you get when you put them out there. You know what you're signing up for. 1-2. Ryan Flesch deals. Just missed. 2-2. The breaking pitch outside, back to back.
Sheboygan up 4-3, but with the help of a Sheboygan error, Addison has rallied.
Swing and a miss. Strike out. The score is now 4-3. Ryan Flesch gets out of it. The A's are still ahead, but they got their work cut out for them if they want to try and stay ahead in this ball game.
I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
You know what? I'm going for it.
You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great.
I'm glad you showed up.
In my life.
I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my
Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
every single time I
Get down! Get down! There you are.
you always have
My back. My back. I'm so glad you're alive.
it's like all these tiny little things
Yes, things.
are serious. and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
please be quiet.
listen, you hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
My question.
We'll get to the fourth inning eventually.
Fourth inning is trivia time. We're trying to be patient up here, but it's awfully hard.
Harry Stelt, now a 4-3 game. It'll be Stelt coming aboard. Stelt, Kim, and Andreas, good part of the lineup to do some damage. The A's are going to need a little more than one to stay comfortable. I mean, they still have the lead, but not what it once was.
Sheboygan scored 4 in the bottom of the first, and Cord Babcock made a nice comeback, getting a 1-2-3 second inning. Hopefully Sheboygan can get a rally going, score some more runs. I don't think a one-run lead is going to do it for us.
Not against Addison. And sadly not the way Rhineflesh has been going as well. They're going to get to him one of these times. If it's not the walks, they're going to start a hit parade. Harry Stelt fouls this one off. Addison has 3 runs on just 2 hits. The A's have all 4 of their runs on 4 hits. And all 3 are unearned, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's that to go along with it. And Harry Stelt strikes out and has a few words. Good to have Kim back in the lineup, see if he can produce at what he was. He was red hot way early on when he first joined the team. Oh my, an outside pitch called for a strike.
I don't know if I should say it or not, Jordan. You know what Jonathan is, don't you?
Tell me.
Then I'll say it. The Northwoods cleanup hitter.
There you go, the Northwoods cleanup hitter, Jonathan Kim.
We don't want to have complaints from our advertisers.
They would tune in right at this part of the game where we didn't say it.
Do we have a Northwoods cleanup ad on our docket?
I don't
or is
think
it all?
so.
I know there's a lot of Legend Larrys and
fouls this
Kim
one
fouls
off.
that one back.
There it is, Northwoods in set
All right.
number 4.
So we got one on the docket.
That'll be about a inning and a half away, and the fans will get to that one. It's a 2-2 count to Kim, and a swing and a miss. Goes down on strikes. Cord Babcock dealing here in the bottom half of the third.
How can a guy look so bad in the first inning and he's just got us baffled?
He's
in the second
progressively
and
been
third
getting
inning.
way better. Thought we were in line for an A's blowout like we had in that first game.
Right. Or maybe a 5-run 10-inning win.
Boy, how the tides have turned as here comes Andreas.
We still have one more game after this one. Hopefully we'll be able to complete play before we have to turn on the lights.
The lights are not scheduled. You heard it here first. Yeah, I was told they're playing the canceled game after this one, so we got 3.5 games today. Hit out into right field, and this one's going to drop, actually. Will it stay fair is the question. It does. 2 bases. Will he stretch it out for 3? He will not. A stand-up double for Jacoby Andreas. Not sure if out in right field Tejeda lost sight of the ball, but he was sprinting towards it and just never got there.
It's a long way to that foul line. You know, a lot from our vantage. When we see those balls go out there, we think a lot of those are going to go foul, but they seem to stay fair, and that's a good thing for Sheboygan.
And Jacoby seemed like it was staying fair the whole way. That's the way I could tell. He was running.
He knew it.
He absolutely knew it. He would have been breathing hard if he had to come back to the plate. Ooh, nearly a wild pitch. Great save there by Klawinski.
In the first inning, Jimmy got a 2-0 single that drove in a couple of runs. Hopefully
See
he
what we
can
got
do that
coming
again.
up here. It's a 1-0 count. And the next pitch stays low, also stopped. Marty will go get us some clarification.
They weren't yelling at us, Jordan.
No, they weren't yelling at us. They want Irish Moran up on the scoreboard.
There's
this
a drive.
one hammered. Puts the bat down, no doubt about it. Right by the foul pole, Jimmy Jurgensen in style. 6-3, and that was one of the best home runs all year. Oh my goodness.
That's why you get him in the lineup.
High fives all around as he touches home. You knew that one all the way through. And the bat boy gets a helmet nod as well. A big relief for the A's as now they have a 3-run lead. 7th home run of the year. He passes Harry Stelt now, doesn't he?
Yes.
Harry with 6, Jimmy with 7. It's a good little friendly competition there.
He went to Grand Canyon University, but that's Division I. I don't think he played baseball there.
He's at Concordia, Nebraska now. Now this one hit back out, and it will be caught to end things here in the bottom half of the third. We'll have your trivia coming up finally. We're getting to it, but it's now 6-3 thanks to the no-doubter from Jimmy.
Order ahead in the Meyer app.
Me spells the great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Top half of the 4th inning, Concordia, Nebraska's Jimmy Jurgensen made it 6-3. The A's had 4 runs in the bottom half of the first. They were able to add 2 more, and now it's a much more comfortable 3-run lead, but still might not be enough. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we need to get Brad throwing strikes more often, and we got to start picking up the ball a little better. All 3 of his runs he gave up were unearned.
The craziest part is it's not like he's not throwing strikes. He's just having difficulty finishing at bats. He's getting ahead 0-1, 0-2, but all of a sudden it just goes downhill from there as he gets a nice strike 1 there to Ty Klawinski. This ball hit, and Ross Christ had an error before, able to field this one and underhands it over to get the first out of the inning.
Nice play by Ross to charge in and make that play. I thought it was going to be actually closer than that once he fielded it with just his glove hand. You know, a lot of times if you can get it with your glove and hand together, makes for a quicker transfer. But, hey, you got it done.
I'm a big flip it from the glove guy. Don't even take it out of the hand.
I'm glad he didn't do that.
That usually doesn't end well.
Not at this level.
Not at this level, no. They try and be like the pros. And this one, Harry Stelt, able to make the grab. Look at that, over at third base. Quick 2 outs for Ryan Flesch. See if he can finish out the inning.
Considering all the pitches Brad had to throw in the third inning, a quick fourth inning would really be nice. Maybe get his average back down to near 20.
It's basically what Cord Babcock's did from his first inning compared to his second. So then he had a real good third, or struggled in the third, I should say. So it's you never know with pitching. And this one is there. He hits some. Blaine Bradford, the leadoff batter, off the elbow pad, and that'll bring up Harry Fondry.
The rally in the third inning by Sheboygan came after a couple of strikeouts by Babcock when Andreas doubled. And then Jimmy, of course, hitting that towering home run to right field. You know, I wonder if it hit the house. Give us the field view. Just off on the right of your monitor, you might be able to see a little bit of that blue house or the garage behind it maybe. But
yeah, I think it looks white on there.
That's where Jimmy hit it, way out there.
If he did hit the house, if I were them, I would have him sign the ball, and then they could frame it.
I'd have him pay
sign
for the
it,
damage.
Yeah, pay for the damage as well. Cole McClavic comes to get that ball. Jort's day for all the A's before. We got a nice picture on our social media. It's a 1-1 count. And Fondry hits it. I thought he hit it off himself, but it's a fair ball. And Ryan Flesch able to get the out. Oh, big collision over at first. Fondry ran over Jimmy Jurgensen.
That was not a good toss by Brad. He took him right into the path of the runner. If he throws it to the other side, it's just a real clean play.
Fondry unintentional as Jurgensen went in that direction. It's still 6-3, though. A nice quick top half of the fourth. Trivia coming up.
Every single second, every minute, every hour, all the whole year through.
It is intense right here.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That's a lot of lemons.
Well, you know what they say when life gives you lemons.
We know the saying, Mark.
New Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade, packed with lemonade flavor after a lemon of a year.
Wingism number 3, the Peter Heater.
Oh, so hot.
Oh, so hot.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 4, tea time.
What are you, having tea with the queen? Hello. Nice.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Dylan Davis, part of the rapid fire trivia. Just got confirmation from Jimmy's dad. He played at Grand Canyon for 2 years and then had an injury and eventually transferred. All right.
Jimmy's dad giving us that info. He did play at Grand Canyon University and
2 years.
Sat out most of the year last season at Concordia, Nebraska due to a broken hand. Got into some games late in the season. So glad to see him playing now.
Absolutely. The A's need him as there's a bouncer over to third base and Perez with a cannon to first. First out of the inning. Let's get that trivia question in before it's too late.
There you go. Which Sheboygan A won the first Wisconsin State League batting title way back in 1970? I'll give you a couple of hints. He's a classmate of mine, and he's a Hall of Famer.
And he's a Hall of Famer. Is he a new Hall of Famer? Was he inducted yesterday?
No.
I would have been able to give you that answer then. Cooper Gussie
It
takes
wasn't
strike one.
Nazy and it wasn't Graham's.
Bummer. I'm out.
By the way, both of those gentlemen in their induction speech got quite emotional.
Yes.
Good event for those people.
Pops this one up in the air, and it's in right field territory, and caught, nearly ran in too much on it was Ivan Tejeda. You're going to give the answer right away?
Yeah, we better. Bill, you got a guess?
We'll give him a second. Top of the lineup here for the A's.
Which Sheboygan A won the first Wisconsin State League batting title back in 1970? He's a Hall of Famer and a classmate of mine.
Mike Casper.
Dick Rasmussen. Razzie.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Out in Rochester, New York. Great ball. So Dick Rasmussen.
All right.
Matter of fact, we could throw out another sub-trivia question.
Save it for the next game. How about that?
Yeah, we'll do it now.
Okay.
Because it has to do with batting titles. How many batting titles have Sheboygan hitters won over the course of the 52 years of the league? 4 from Bill.
I was going to say
CJ,
6.
He's not paying attention, so he's not going to give us an answer.
Hammers this one through the infield.
Scott,
no, not through the
counting
infield.
up the
Stop, but it will be a
50-50
base hit.
tickets, says 5. I'll guess the answer is 6.
It is 6.
It is 6.
Your guess is probably the correct guess.
That is the answer.
Yeah. Ross Christop here with Walker able to get on base.
We giving him a hit on that?
Yeah. I think he would have beat it out no matter what. So
base hit, Bill, for Walker. You gave him an error? Okay.
Really?
Error is the call.
Down low for a ball. I'm on Gus's side. I gave him a base hit. Mine doesn't matter, though. It's unofficial.
We'll go with what the
it's 2 to 1.
majority has, and that was an error. So
they're double teaming me.
Well, it's 2 votes for it, and we only get a vote and a half down in this.
Yeah,
thing,
so it doesn't matter. Our vote is combined. Well, you can watch the replay on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. Or yeah, probably. 1-0 count here to Ross Christ after Babcock steps off. Nice little lead. Uh-oh, here we go. Pickle situation. They throw over to first. Now they throw to second, stopping in his tracks. This is what Jimmy got into earlier, and Walker tries to go around and duck. He did duck. Now he's going to go back to second. Now he's going to go back to first on the throw, and now he's going to go back diving effort, and he's back in time.
That's called the never give up spirit.
He spun around, dove down at one point in time, and I think they're going to argue maybe that he was out of the base path or something. Let's see what we got going on here.
Steve Walsh was down in the correct position to make the safe call at first base. And Steinke was on the play. It would have happened at second. So umpires were in position.
I also believe what happened was he had an ejection. Cord Babcock got thrown out of the game.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so he came off the field. I saw the umpire's arm signal, but I didn't know who it was for, and Babcock comes off, throws his glove down. He's done.
Let's go back to the play when Jimmy got picked off. You know, they definitely should have had him at second base, but when they tossed to the second baseman, he had to reach above his head to catch him and come all the way down. And sort of the same thing happened there. It was not the best toss in the world, therefore they had to try and come down, and Walker, hustling all the way, was able to dive in safe.
And now we're going to have a nice delay because Addison needs to get a new pitcher ready. I don't think they've had anyone throwing. There is a guy stretching down out there. Don't have a number on him yet.
Is that number 1 coming in?
Number 1. So hopefully it's Caden Manis. That's what we're going to go with. What a situation with Gus Walker able to make it back in time. He had to put the theatrics on, and at least now he gets some time to let it go and breathe. So Cord Babcock's is done through 3 2/3. Gets tossed out of the game. And Caden Manis, number 1, is now the fresh man in for Addison. We have a 1-0 count, by the way. I believe that's correct. Because there was never a pitch thrown. Manis will loosen up. We'll get you a final line on Babcock.
So far, he's allowed 5 runs. Pardon me, 6 runs. Only 2 of those are earned, but the runner that's on base would be an unearned run also if he happens to score. But tough outing for Babcock.
It would be unearned, right? Because there was an error?
Yeah. Our guy, Walker, reached on the error on the second baseman, so if he scores, it's unearned. The only 2 runs actually were the Jimmy Jurgensen's 2-run homer. Those were earned runs. All the runs in the first were unearned, I believe.
Play some dancing music while we wait here. We can tell you Sheboygan A's tentatively going to be home again on August 2nd. They've got a 3-game road set coming up for the Newble Invitational. They'll be playing
somebody.
Appleton, Menasha, and Green Bay. I just wanted to get the order right. That Menasha game is also counting as a league game. The A's are 11-4 in the Northeastern Wisconsin Baseball League.
CJ, this is a question for you. It said in order to make the state tournament, we had to finish either first in the state league or in the NEW league. Now, we finished first. Does that count, or does it have to be in the playoffs? Qualify by winning the playoffs. Okay.
So we prioritize the state league.
Okay.
No matter what, no matter their record. So Kenosha could theoretically get in if West Dallas. Yeah. All right. At 2-27.
And the state league qualifier does not include any of the Illinois teams.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though Lombard and Addison are in the Wisconsin State League, they can't be in the Wisconsin State Tournament. Gets a little confusing.
It is. Matter of fact, it's so confusing. If you want to explain that.
I don't. In one ear and out the other.
It's convoluted, to say the least. But it makes sense, actually.
It does, once you get there. So let's reset. We got a 1-0 count. We got Gus Walker at first. Caden Manis is now pitching for Cord Babcock's.
And Walker's on at first. Gus not running.
Well, he had enough time to catch his breath.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, enough time is right.
It's now
Send
2-0.
him.
This wasn't his hit. He was early on it, though, and it goes foul. Walker will make his way back.
Walker made it interesting, but all that throwing the ball back and forth, he's still on at first base.
Somehow. 2 pickles in this game. 2-1 count, and Manis deals, and it's hammered up by Ross Chris. Just past the infield, coming up. This might drop, actually, and a diving effort last second, a collision, and they did hold on to make the catch. There's
Donnelly
a
making
shortstop
that
and
grab.
left fielder. Yeah, they collided into each other. Hopefully they're all right, but the bottom of the fourth is set and concluded. Is still 6-3.
We're protecting you through this pandemic and the next.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year,
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meyer app.
Brad Reinflesch still on the bump here in the top half of the fifth. He had an awful long time to wait with the ejection, pitching change, and everything that went on, but he is still here, and we'll see what happens and how long he goes into this ball game. I would suspect that, I mean, he had a very quick top of the fourth, but you'd think we're going to have to see a one pitcher other than Reinflesch in this game. A throw down to second, and here we go. Starting the inning is Kyle Campbell, the center fielder. Campbell.
5 strikeouts in the ball game for Brad. That's the plus side. The negative side is 4 walks, and along with the 4 walks, he hit a batter.
Yeah, you don't want an even strikeout to walk ratio. He came in and it was 90-41, so just over 2-1, but still way early on this one as that goes way, way back.
Jimmy Jurgensen's home run with the score at 4-3 really helped pick up the A's. It's now 6-3. Now it's up to Reinflesch to shut him down.
No doubt about it on that home run. An absolute moonshot into right. Good spin of the bat to add the effects. It's a 2-1 count currently to Campbell. So he gets this one. Pulled it out. Oppo.
Out of the park.
Just missed the white truck driving by. Bummer. It's like the Brewers, we should have a car out in center field, and then if you hit it, we give away a car.
We do that for the golf outing.
Oh, for the golf outing?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to hit it in a golf. Back-to-back foul balls in the same spot.
Are they giving away a car again? Or do they have a...
Missed again, 3-2, talking about the snipe golf outing.
Hole number 5 it was last
That's
year.
awesome.
It's a par 3 as you drive into Town and Country.
Maybe
it's
you
on
should
the
just
right-hand
park a little
side.
further, and then you don't worry about it. Walked him.
Yeah, not a good thing.
And he was way ahead again in the count, but somehow fell behind and walks Kyle Campbell. Irish Moran up here next. Cole McClavick delivers some game balls.
Irish having a tough go of it here in this game with a couple of strikeouts.
Leadoff guy on for Addison. Hammers this one up, and this will be Sage Stelmacher's ball, and able to make the catch two-handed, might I add.
Good play by Sage. By the way, I was watching it was the Brewer game last night. Later in the game, there was a pop-up, and one of our Brewer guys hit it, and the catcher took off his mask, threw it away, and the ball was weaving around somehow up there, and he was weaving around under it. He wound up tripping on his mask, but he did make the catch.
Oh, he did make the catch.
Yeah.
That's why you got to throw the mask as far away as you can.
Well, I think the general rule is when the ball goes up, you take your mask off, you locate the ball. Once you think you know where it's going to be, then you throw the mask away and get it out of your way.
'Cause, I mean, if you're just, wow, that was a great pitch. If you're just looking up for the ball, you don't remember where you put your mask, especially if you're running back in circles.
That's why you got to hang on to it a little bit longer.
The last thing going through your mind. 0-2 here to Donlia. Runner on first base now with 1 out. Breaking pitch. Oh, yeah, rung him up. Didn't go, but it was a sure strike anyways, and that's the kind of Brad Reinflesch we know and love. Alex Perez will have 1 on. 2 outs, a quick 2 outs.
Perez having a nice game. Couple of hits and an RBI.
And hammers this one towards first base, and it just went foul. That would have been dangerous.
He looks pretty comfortable up there batting against Reinflesch.
Great lefty in the lineup. Addison scored all 3 of the runs in the top half of the third.
Jimmy holding the runner on, so anything hit right down the line, he might have a stab at it, but
he's getting a good lead over at first. Now misses to even it up 1-1.
Campbell, the Braves center fielder, has good speed.
Ivan Tejeda up next if we get there. Breaking pitch, yes, strike 2. It's a 1-2 count. It says 0-2 on the scoreboard.
See if Campbell's on the move on this 2-strike pitch.
He is not, and the pitch fouled it back off. Bill, it's a 1-2 count.
Ball bounces off the screen all the way in front of home plate. Perez helping out Steve Walsh by rubbing down the ball first.
It's basically like Steve Walsh is umping a 9-inning game.
Be interesting to know what the starter said to get himself tossed.
Yeah, and it was an immediate toss, too. On the 1-2 swing and a miss. Got him, ticked it into the zone, caught by Stellmacher. That'll end it. We'll head to the bottom half of the 5th. A's looking to add on a few more as they lead 6-3.
I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
You know what? I'm going for it.
You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great.
I'm glad you showed up.
In my life.
I could never get through this world without you.
You are really close to my
heart.
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
Every single time I
Get down, get down!
There you are.
you always have
My back, my back. I'm so glad you're alive.
it's like all these tiny little things
Yes, things.
are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
Please be quiet.
listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Bottom half of the 5th inning, it's a 6-3 lead, and Caden Manis now pitching for Addison. He came in for just 1 out in that bottom half of the 4th after Cord Babcock gets ejected after a pickle situation with Gus Walker ran for about 5 minutes in between first and second base. It'll be Harry Stout leading off here in the inning for the A's.
Denny Moyer might have to create a new category for his yearbook. You know, longest run between bases to be safe back at the base you started.
You could do duration, longest time, and then you could do distance also. I don't think we have measured that, but someone could.
We got a replay of that.
Yes. At our will. Takes ball one. He did not go. They're going to check down first. They say no.
Okay, Sonny. Thank you.
All right. Bill, we got Sonny Patel on the mound, not Caden Manis. Sonny Patel. One.
They switched numbers. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Correct.
Sonny Patel pitching, not Caden Manis.
Pitch to Harry in the dirt. Can't tell what the count is. 3-1?
2-1 or 3-1, one of the two.
Hey, Scott, you know what we got to do it so we can read the numbers better? Green light bulbs.
Harry Stout with a shot to left field, and it is going to be caught. The fans thought it was going to be deeper than it was.
Right.
But
the general rule, Jordan, is the center field takes anything you can get in that left fielder. Took it right away from the
Brian
center
Donnelly
fielder.
right in there. Maybe he thought he couldn't see it? I don't know.
I tell you, looking at the center fielder drift over, it didn't look like he had a real good read on it.
Brian came over to make the snag, and here we are now with one out for Jonathan Kim. That's like when they had the collision with the shortstop and left fielder.
Yeah, that could be dangerous.
Swing and a miss. It was basically a check swing that went 5/6 of the way. Went about as far as you could go. Missing outside. Good to hold up. 1-1 is the count here in the bottom half of the fifth. We got one more game coming up for you.
In the first game of the what's going to turn out to be a 3-game series, Jonathan was 1
Strike
for 3
two.
with a hit by pitch. And so far today, he's 0 for 2. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the first.
Thank you.
Sonny Patel on the mound.
Thankful that Addison at least comes up to correct us and let us know.
Yeah, that was very nice.
2-2 now the count here to Kim. Battling here against Sonny in the next pitch. Oh, swing and a miss, but it's a drop third strike. He's going to be able to reach. I thought he got a piece of it at first, but Steve Walsh says no, and we have ourselves a runner on in Jonathan Kim. That's what we wanted Blake Coons to have the other night, where it was a drop third strike. Doesn't count as an out, but you still get the strikeout technically.
It's whether you call it a pass ball or a wild pitch, it impacts the pitcher, whether it's an earned run or not. If it's a pass ball, it's an unearned run if he would come around and score. If it's a wild pitch, then it would be an earned run. So, pass ball.
CJ agrees with the pass balls. The first pitch is fouled back off.
And he was a former catcher. Bill, what's your vote? Whatever.
He doesn't even give an answer.
That
That's
means it
smart
was
way
a
to go.
pass ball. I'm staying out of it.
Check back down to first. Kobe Andreas here. Jimmy Jurgensen up next. It'll be his first at bat since the big homer. Check down again.
Yeah, Patel has a pretty good move.
Hasn't worked so far.
Kim with a great jump.
Good thing they checked him down twice, but it doesn't matter because able to steal second there. Easily.
He had such a great jump, he didn't even have to slide into second.
Called strike 2, makes it 0-2.
Jacoby had that long double his last time up.
That'll score a run. A little extra insurance as now Sunny Patel steps off. See if Jacoby can work back from down 0-2. Sunny's pitch. And advance Kim over to third. They'll watch him go over. They get the lead out. And then now we have ourselves a 2-out runner on third situation for Jimmy Jurgensen.
I was looking at Moran as he was holding the runner close to the bag, and on the delivery of the pitch, he never retreated to his normal position. If he would have, Andreas would have had a base hit.
It's a 6-3 lead as it stands. 6 runs on 6 hits for Sheboygan. Jimmy just hit his 7th homer of the year. He's back in the 3rd inning and takes strike 1 down low.
5 RBIs on the weekend gives him 29 on the season.
It's pretty good.
4 of those coming today.
Oh man, strike 2 called. Watched them both. Back-to-back 0-2 counts courtesy of Sunny Patel. And now he hits this one into center field. Didn't get all of it, and moving a few steps in and able to make the grab to end the 5th. A's leave a runner stranded at third. Kim left with nowhere to go as the score is still 6-3.
Authorized dealer.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Light on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. Are you serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Ryan Flesch still in for Sheboygan. Not sure if he'll go all 7, but he's here in the 6th, and he's here to stay as it's a 6-3 lead for the A's.
Keep in mind, fans, this is a 7-inning game, so having that 3-run lead and only having 2 more innings to work with is huge if you're Addison. That's huge for Sheboygan, too, for that matter.
Absolutely. Leading off in the inning is Tom Irish Moran.
Babcock goes 3 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 6 runs. Only 2 of those were earned. He did not walk anybody, and he did have 3 strikeouts, and, of course, gave up the long home run to Jimmy. Sunny Patel has come in and been a pleasant relief for Addison.
Ivan Tejeda is leading off, pardon me. Tejeda takes first pitch outside.
Ivan is 0 for 2 in the ball game.
7-8-9 here that Brad is facing. Not sure if that influenced the decision to keep him in at all. I suppose not, but you never know. Falls behind 2-0.
He can have another quick inning in the 6th. I think they'll send him out for the 7th.
Probably. I mean, he's worked over 100 pitches multiple times already this year.
Yeah.
141 is the one that stands out the most.
CJ, do you have access to Brad's number of pitches? 108 already.
Right now. Fold it back off to make it 109. I guess he's on pace for that 150-ish mark, yeah. from now on, when he's pitching, the betting lines better set the over-under of pitches to like 120.
Hey, is that August 2nd date firm for the next live stream broadcast?
Not confirmed, but
okay.
More than likely not, I was told.
So
it's a full count here to Tejeda. We'll be here all week for Legion Ball.
That starts on Tuesday. We talked a little bit about those games.
Almost another collision with Jimmy over at first, but he's able to make the catch and Tejeda avoids him.
That Legion tournament runs from the 26th to the 30th of July. That's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Jordan and I, plus my longtime partner, the coach, Chris Wright, will be broadcasting those games for you.
Kowinski here against Ryan Flesch and misses outside. A few of those cars are gone right now behind us for the foul balls.
Yeah,
scared
good
him away
move by those people.
Missed up again. Missing high and outside has been a consistent key.
We don't see any action in the A's bullpen area. Sheboygan only has a 3-run lead.
Gets that strike call though on the outside corner to make it 2-1, pardon me. Swing and a miss there, and it's Ty keeping Brad alive.
Yeah, Ty didn't look very good on that swing.
Is he still at 5 strikeouts?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7,
8.
so make it 8. Kowalski goes down there, swinging on the outside pitch, and that'll bring up Josh Dryden, the designated hitter.
Jordan announced him as the DH. He's also the pitching coach. At least he was for the first game.
Maybe they have multiple.
When you're at this level, you do multiple jobs.
Yes, you do. It's a 0-1 count as it stands to Dryden. Maybe he just likes to hit. Left
Whoa.
it in, just able to get his foot out of the way. And then it goes right through the glove of Brad. Look down, there might have been a hole in there.
Brad up over 110 pitches. He's it's been a struggle, but he's done a good job.
Left that one in as well. That one was closer to being a strike call, that's for sure. It's 2-1 right now.
What do we say, 8 strikeouts?
8, yes.
8, and he's got 5 walks.
Nearing a 6th walk. Now he's missing inside on this.
Boy, you're 7, 8, and 9 hitters in this inning. You want to go right after those guys. I mean, there's a reason why they're at the bottom of the order.
Unless it's like the Dodgers, that's a little different. Blaine Bradford now, top of the lineup. Ryan Flesch couldn't work through 7, 8, 9, so the inning will be extended a little longer. We're only at 1 hour 48 minutes as it stands, but it feels longer.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
We had that long first inning.
Bradford got on the elbow pad the last time. I know he got hit by a pitch his last time up.
Yeah, it was. There was that lead
think
arm.
It was maybe it was the last game. Fondry got hit right on the hip.
Strike.
Yeah, that was by Coons in the ending of our first game.
I wouldn't want to get hit by Blake Coons, a fastball.
And that's what happened with Fondry. He did get hit right on the hip by that.
Follows that one back. Again, Ryan Flesch ahead, 0-2. Good spot to be in with 2 outs in the inning.
Blaine was 0 for 3 in the first game, and he's 0 for 2 in this ball game. We have one more game after this one. Joey Pettit scheduled to be the starter for Sheboygan.
Gonna step off. Take a little more time.
Dryden won't be going anywhere. There's 2 outs and they're down. Too many runs to risk an out.
Left it way up.
I don't think Brad's getting tired.
I don't think he gets tired in general.
He just fired one of his hardest fastballs of the game.
Somehow he gets stronger as the game goes on and the more pitches he throws. Breaking pitch, and that'll be caught by Ross Christ as the hat comes off to end things here in the top half of the 6th. We're going to keep her moving in the bottom half with a 6-3 lead.
Me spells the great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Build a baseball player, one of the fun games you're missing out on that you could be playing in, but we don't really have a lot of home games left, I should say.
If you're over 11, I don't think you're eligible to participate.
I mean, if there's no other kids, I guess we'll take what we can get, but bring the kids on down. Sunny Patel. Gonna try and finish things out if the score stands 6-3, the A's will be able to win it in the top half of the 7th after 3 outs. Add on a run or 2, why not? Never hurts.
Actually, Sonny has retired every batter he's faced. The only difference was Kim was able to reach on that pass ball after he struck out. Riley's base hit in the first finished off the scoring for Sheboygan, so he's 1 for 2 with an RBI.
Takes this one into left field, and it's going to be a move in and move out catch out there by Donlia. Stepped in, stepped back, made the grab. Stelmacher going to look to get something going against Sonny Patel, who's been pitching a gem, as we said. He's been doing good in the relief role.
He threw that one right up into the sun. Making it tough on his pitcher, I mean.
Sun hasn't been Addison's friend today.
Kolinski, the catcher for Addison.
Holds up on a nice high pitch. That's a pitcher's best friend, but Sage didn't go. Cooper Gussie due up next. And that inside pitch is called.
This is a good game to be sitting either on the third base general admission seats or underneath the covering. You don't want to be over on the first base general admission. They're getting pretty well hit with the sun.
And no one really is. They're sitting all way up top. I don't know if there's a little more shade up there. Or
They do have that signage up there. That helps block the sun a little bit for you.
This one hit him, or walked him, I should say. That'll bring up Gussie. Fan club still rowdy for Cooper. Breaking pitch stays out. Singing happy birthday down there.
Eric Hasenstein in the park. It's hammer time.
Did Scott give you a number on the 50-50, or do we have to listen?
Yeah, I thought he said over $400.
Over four? Oh my goodness!
But I'm not sure.
I hope so. We'll have to keep an eye. Yes, 50-50 coming up in the ballpark after this half inning. 1 on, 1 out as it stands for Cooper Gussie.
Annalise taking a well-deserved break up here by us.
Throw it on to first,
Whoa.
way up and over first base it goes. Towards second, and then going to hold up. And that's a bullet out in right field by Tejeda. But that's just an error on the catcher all day. He was looking, from the very start, Kowalski, he was looking to throw down to first.
A couple innings back when they finished their warm-up tosses, you know, the catcher throws down to third.
Mm-hmm.
The one inning he threw it out into left field. I mean, it was 5 feet over the third baseman's head.
So he's got a cannon, but that's not what he needs to do.
Not very accurate.
Maybe he'd be better in left field.
Cooper with an RBI chance now.
And Kowalski could not be their normal catcher for all we know.
Let's see. Kowalski started this game, and he did start the first game too.
He started
the first time around. Donnelly, the left fielder, was the catcher.
Okay.
So maybe Donnelly will be catching game 2.
Possibly. This pitch hammered way up high, and Cooper Gussie will stay in fair grounds is the question as Blake Coons moves out of the way, but it drops in foul ground. Full count here to Gussie.
We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Sheboygan has a runner in scoring position.
Gussie came in with a 204 average. About 1 of every 5 full count pitch to him here, hitting to right field, and that is going to be caught. Runner's got to go back to second. The throw is way off the line, but thankfully Sonny Patel was there, able to make the catch. Would have definitely scored if that one dropped.
I remember correctly, Gussie hit one real hard to right his last time up, and he got robbed of a base hit and hit the ball real hard this time. And
so he likes to hit it that way.
Yes, he does. That's his power stroke.
This brings up Gus Walker with 2 outs now. He's got his runner on second.
Gus gave us the most entertaining play of the game, being picked off of first and making it back safely.
He was running for 30 seconds.
Oh, it's good to be a kid again and have those live legs.
Yeah, good idea. Clip that one in the home run, too. Little bat flip, no doubt about it. So 1-1 count.
I think the best replay was the one we were calling. We didn't notice it till the replay came out. Was Jimmy asking for time not being granted, and then he hits a home run to right.
Frustration. This is a ball hit into center field, and it is going to drop, and the runner is sent around, and it will be a 7-3 ball game, and Gus will check himself back into first base, but a nice RBI for the leadoff man.
Gus 2 for 4 now in the ball game.
It's a nice insurance run for Sheboygan, as now all that can really tie it with one swing of the bat is a grand slam.
So
I don't think Rindfleisch is going to let that happen.
2 for 4 this game. He was 2 for 3 in the first game. Quite a day for Gus.
Following it back and running towards it is the third baseman, but out of play it goes. Perez with no play on it.
Gus entered action on the weekend hitting .373. That's got to be up.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize his average was that high, but that's why you're batting leadoff. Remember, he started in the 9-hole earlier in the year.
He kept getting 2 and 3 hits, and then we were worried about him moving him up.
Throw to second off a double hesitation into center field it goes, but no chance to run. Walker likes to move, that's for sure. It's 0-2 to Ross Christ. Harry Stelt potentially up next.
Chris with a good RBI chance now.
Seven hits in the ball game for Sheboygan on 7 runs. And the next pitch is hit off the top of the barrel. Will get through the infield. It will not. Great play, able to throw over and get him out was Irish. It's a 7-3 score, though, now as we head to the top half of the 7th. Rindfleisch is coming back out. He's got a chance to put it away.
Usually, I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
You know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up.
in my life.
I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my
Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
every single time I...
Get down, get down!
There you are. You always have...
My back, my back. I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things...
Yes, things.
...are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
please be quiet.
listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
$411 given away in the 50-50 right now as Denny reads it off, and we'll get going with Harry Fondry against Brad Rindfleisch. All right, here we go. All comes down to this. If Rindfleisch can work out of this and not give up 4 runs as there is a hit into right, and 1 pitch, 1 out as it goes into the glove of Jacoby Andreas.
Yeah, we've complained a lot about Rindfleisch and the high pitch counts and the walks and things, but since that 3-run third inning, he's done really quite well. He allowed 1 runner in the 4th, 1 runner in the 5th, and only 1 runner in the 6th. And I think he smells it right here. He wants to get these next 2 hitters out and get Sheboygan home with another win.
Kudos to Brad for sticking it out. And that was inside. Looked actually pretty good. That's what you get when you crowd the plate. Kyle Campbell. Next pitch, swing and a foul ball. 1-1. I believe Joey Pettit will be pitching here in game 2. Technically game 2.5 or game 3, whatever you want to look at it as.
The weekend series final game.
Yeah. And as it stands, it won't be the deciding game in a quote-unquote best-of-3 series because the A's won Game 1 6-0. And as long as they hold on and win this game, they'll finish above 500 in state league play. And a good strike call to make it 2-2. Right now they are 14-13, so a win would put them at 15-13. It would drop Addison to 11-13. And the sidearm technique makes it ball 3. Count is full. Campbell fouls it off. A lot different than the one pitch first at bat of the inning. Irish Moran on deck up next. Here we go, full count. Breaking pitch, and it'll get through the infield. Over into right, no throw towards first. And that is only the third hit given up of the ball game. You look at the line score for Addison, 3 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors.
So far in the ball game, Brad has 8 strikeouts and 6 walks. And like Jordan mentioned, only 2 hits. That's been key.
Nod in the first pitch as a fan calls for a double play. Misses outside for ball 1. We'll take a double play to end it. Check swing, fouled it back off. That happened to, was it Jacoby earlier on where like the bases were loaded and he just kind of checked swinged it? It was Jacoby or Jimmy. And I went down the first baseline.
I don't remember that one. Irish Moran 0 for 3. Fouled out to Selmacher his last time up.
Able to hold off to make it 2-1. Very close on the outside. Nearly got him to swing, but he did not. And it's Irish Moran ahead in the count. Kyle Campbell over on first. Down the third base line towards Harry Stelt as he lets it go past him. It'll even it up at 2-2.
Campbell with good speed is on at first. But again, you wouldn't expect him to be running down 4 runs.
Yeah, unless they're that desperate. 2-2 pitch, breaking down in the dirt, but again, Irish able to hold up.
Brad was relying on that breaking pitch quite a bit in some of those middle innings and was able to throw it for strikes.
That 5th inning especially.
See what he comes with here.
Fastball hit hard into left field. Up it goes. It will be in fair grounds and moving back and able to make the catch is Gus Walker. I thought that was actually going to go foul, but it stayed in for Walker to make the grab.
What I noticed as Walker was moving in is you could see the glare of his sunglasses as he was looking up.
You need the shades today. Don Leah comes up to him. 2 outs in the game. 7-3 the score. Swing and a miss on the first pitch he sees.
Don Leah walked in that 3-run 3rd inning. His walk forced a run home.
Left it way up. Good job by Stelmacher not to let that runner get over to second. Not that it would matter a whole lot, but you'd rather keep him on first and get a force at first or second as you please. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking down in the dirt it goes. That is a fantastic pitch. Didn't get him to bite. This one hit into center field and barely having to move, and making the catch to end it is Jonathan Kim as the A's welcome him back. And it's a 7-3 win here in Game 1, technically, of the doubleheader. The A's have now beat Addison 6-0 and 7-3 so far. We're going to give up a final line before Ryan Flesch before we call it quits. 7 innings pitched, he's gone. He gave up just 2 hits. He gave up 3 runs, but none of them were earned, so that ERA will go down. Struck out 8 and walked 8 as well, so that's not the best line to end it, but it's a 7-3 ball game. And as it stands, we'll wait about 20 minutes or so in Game 3, Game 2, whatever you want to call it. The final one will be coming up very, very soon. Stay tuned to your stream. We'll be right back at it. We welcome you all back here for Game 3, Game 2 of our doubleheader. The A's won 6-0, and then they won the second game as well by a score of 7-3, and they are now 34-18 overall, 15-13 in state league play. At a 15-13 record, no matter what, the A's will have over a 500 record in state league play. They have leapfrogged Addison in the state league standings, as Addison is 11-13 following their 2 losses here. Addison still has a series against Lombard coming up in state league play. Lombard the top dog at 21-3. They're in first. West Allis and Burlington very close behind, 17-18 for the Nationals, 16-8 for the Barons. Then it's Sheboygan, then Addison. Then you got the Blue Ribbons, who are 9-19, and then the Kings, who are struggling 2-27. We have some changes in Addison's lineup. Blaine Bradford, Harry Fondry, and Kyle Campbell still the 1, 2, 3 in the order as they have been all along. Alex Perez, he is the cleanup man now for Addison. Irish Moran, he'll be batting 5th. Brian Donlea moves to the 6th spot. Ivan Tejeda remains at 7. Ty Klinsky stays at 8. And then Chris Hawks comes into the ball game in the 9 hole. It'll be Joey Pettit doing the pitching for the Sheboygan A's after Ryan Flash ends up going all 7. Somehow, some way, he was able to make it work. He went the distance, and now it's time for Joey Pettit to deal for Sheboygan.
Our umpires for this ball game, Doug Steinke will be behind home plate, and Steve Walsh moves from behind home plate out to the bases.
We'll take a look at Pettit's line here momentarily.
We got confirmation on that ejection. It was something the pitcher said almost immediately after the play, after our runner was called safe at first.
This is the 7th game Pettit has appeared in. He has started 5 of those 7. He went 1 complete game, and he has gone 20 1/3 innings so far, surrendering 24 hits. He has a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, 21-7, and rung up Blaine Bradford right away here, make it 22-7 on the year. He's given up 17 runs, only 10 of those 17 are earned. Comes into the ball game with a 2-1 record. He has a shutout to his credit with a 4.42 ERA.
Back to the important information, Jordan. It's 81 degrees at game time. The skies are now clear, and almost no breeze this ball game, at least to start.
It's been getting hotter throughout the day.
Yes, I did. I opened up the window early on in the first game, and we can feel the heat coming in.
It's a 1-0 count right out of the gate as Pettit recovers from the strikeout. Now it's 1-1. Fondry has been a staple in this Addison Braves lineup. He's been doing quite well so far.
2:08 was a game time for game number 1 of the doubleheader, and seemed like a slower mover than that.
I think those first 2 innings are about 50 minutes themselves.
Yes. Thanks to Bill for that information. We gave away $411 in the 50-50 that first game.
This is way outside, even it up at 2-2.
And the best part about the first game is we won.
Won them both so far. Looking to make it 3 for 3. And a late swing there. Cuts it back.
One thing we didn't get into during the first game was the Snipe, the Sheboygan Athletic Club golf outing. That'll happen August 21st. At Town and Country Golf Course. And if you want more information on that, go to the Sheboygan A's website. And that leads me right into the second thing, Jordan.
All right.
Our next live stream broadcast, you'll have to check the website to see when that is.
Social media, website, wherever you want to do to figure it out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Joey Pettit. If you're just joining us, we have an assumed date of August 2nd. Don't want to confirm anything at this point in time. The A's will be on the road 3 times. They will be facing Appleton, Menasha, and Green Bay coming up in the next 3 days. So a lot of baseball, and that's the NEW Invitational. This one is hammered out towards center field for a base hit. Kyle Campbell with the first hit of the ball game.
CJ said he should have within a couple of days a definitive opponent for that game. That'll be posted, of course, on the A's website.
So Alex Perez is now doing the catching. So they do have 3 catchers do the Addison Braves as Perez makes his way out.
When I saw that, I was thinking maybe Don Leah was the emergency catcher in that challenge game, because we haven't seen him behind home plate any of these games.
but they got the depth, that's for sure. And it'll be Chris Wedo pitching, we should mention, for Addison. He did very, very well against us back on the State League Challenge. A 6-1 loss. Season series could end 2-2 with the Addison win in this game. None of the games have really been that close. 6-1, 6-0, 7-3.
We talked briefly about the first game in the Challenge Series and how Chris Wedo really pitched a fine ball game, winning that one 6-1. We were hoping he wasn't going to pitch today, but he is starting this second game, so it could be a struggle for Sheboygan if Wedo is anything like he was that first time out.
Well, and especially if the A's are a little bit more tired now. There's a little ground ball. Mentioned that point coming up hopefully in the bottom half. Did they get him in time? No, he's safe. They didn't get the little flip. Ross Christ couldn't get it over to Jurgensen. And we do have some defensive changes to note for Sheboygan. Harry Stelt, he played first, third. Now he's the designated hitter, so he doesn't have to play in the outfield. Ross Christ is still at second base. Andreas over in right. Jimmy Jurgensen at first still. Cooper Gussie will be playing third base, and he moved up in the lineup, which we'll talk about a little more. Hunter Stager is doing the catching, and then Bennett Becker's over at short. Walker in left and Kim in center still. Believe I got it all.
Irish Moran is up. Irish has had a tough couple of games so far. 0 for 4 in our first game today, or in this last game. In the makeup game, actually, he did have 2 hits.
Okay.
Those are both against Coons.
This is going to get past, and now the runners are going to be at second and third.
Give Pettit a wild pitch. That one bounce in the dirt.
Pettit started good with back-to-back Ks, but now struggling a bit with runners in scoring position. There are 2 outs. That's the big key. Big situation for Pettit in a 1-1 count. Doesn't let that one get past him. It's a foul ball. Late on the swing was Irish. And now he falls behind 1-2. A good situation for Joey to be in.
Think we get in trouble if we told the people what Moran's first name was?
Probably not.
Okay. Then we can say it. I like calling him Tom Irish Moran.
I do too. Put them all in there. What about Irish Tom Moran?
That'd work too.
Pettit with the next pitch. Wrong him up. Pettit strikes out the side even though 2 men get on base off 2 hits. But it's a scoreless frame as we head to the bottom half of the first and see what this A's lineup can do.
Authorized dealer.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Lights on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. You serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Let's go over the starting lineup for the Sheboygan A's in their batting order. Gus Walker, Ross Christ, Harry Stelt, Jonathan Kim. That's your top 4. Kim, the Northwoods cleanup hitter, if we get to that point here in the bottom half of the first. Jacoby Andreas, Jimmy Jurgensen, and Cooper Gussie. And then Hunter Stager and Bennett Becker. That makes up the lineup. So Gussie moves up a few spots. He was in the 9 hole. Now he's in the 7. Schnell, Stellmacher, and Stager have all caught. That's that Tim Moyer put the catcher in the 8 spot. That has remained there, and that's the story here for the A's.
Maybe the biggest news in terms of the lineups for this game is the DHs are not batting ninth.
It's true. Finally, right? Harry Stout.
Although that Addison Brave DH is in the 8th spot.
It's close enough. Harry Stout in the 3-hole as a DH. That's a good spot.
That's a
Give
great
Harry
spot
a little
for
break.
him.
Gus Walker getting ready to face Chris Weedo. Weedo, maybe it was a strategy to try and get the A's a sneaky win late if they can play a depleted A's team. Maybe they're tired, don't have as much juice left in them. We've been playing ball since 1 o'clock, and this is just the start here of our final game, a 7-inning contest. First pitch was outside for a ball, and the next pitch hammers it up in the air, and he'll put the bat down in frustration. Who's got it is the question, and it barely came out, but stayed in the glove of Chris Hawks.
Weedo's line from that game back on June 12th, he went 7 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 run was unearned. He walked 4 and struck out 4. As I look at the score sheet, seems like, not seems like it is. Sheboygan left 8 runners on base in that 7-inning game.
Seems
they
to
had
be
their
familiar.
chances.
Weedo's got some heat. He's got a nice high leg kick as well as he misses the. Never mind, it's 1-1.
We talked just briefly about the Sheboygan A's Hall of Fame induction yesterday with Tom Grams and Kenny Nazy entering the Sheboygan A's Hall in Cooperstown today. Oh, what a play. In Cooperstown, they're inducting their class of 2022, David Ortiz, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, and Bud Fowler and Buck O'Neill.
Love me some David Ortiz. Defensively for Addison, figure we should get that in before it's a 1-2-3 inning. It'll be Alex Perez catching, as we mentioned, for Chris Weedo. At first base is Fondry. He still remains over in that first base hole. Irish Moran is at second. Chris Hawks assumes the position at third. Blaine Bradford at short, and then the outfield to right, Don Leah, Campbell, and Tejeda. It's a 1-0 count to Harry Stilton. Next pitch, he hammers it. Got a good pitch to hit, but got underneath and fouled it back off the net.
One interesting thing about the lineup from that June 12th game was Harry was not in it. If you remember back early in the season, very early, Harry missed several games. We're not sure why that happened, but he's certainly been a regular for most of the year.
Time called. We got a ball or debris on the field. I think it's the little kid's ball. The birthday boy. 1-1 to Harry, and the pitch stays up. The lean back, and Harry will get himself ahead 2-1. 2 base hits so far for Addison. The A's are looking for their first.
One thing nice to see is Weedo's number 5 on our lineup card, and he's also number 5 in uniform. That has not been the case all the time with Addison today.
Can't take those game changer rosters for granted.
Change jerseys in the middle of the game.
2-2 count after Harry takes a good pitch, and now he hammers this one up high, and it should be in fair territory for Fondry. No, it went over his head, unable to make the catch. Seemed pretty elementary, but he kept having to go back on it and made a leap and wasn't there in time.
We talk about those plays more in terms of the catcher and how the ball goes straight up and then it comes back towards the infield. You got to get yourself in position there. Fandry didn't get back quick enough, I guess.
Just got a bad read on it. I don't think he thought it was going to go that far. 2-2. As Weedo deals a breaking pitch, Harry hits it over, and that is fielded cleanly off a hop. And there we go, just like that. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Bradford gets it over to Fandry, and we're tied at 0, heading to the second.
Me spells the great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Little first inning stretch here in our final contest of the day. I was going to say like the 12th or 13th inning stretch, whatever it is. Long day. Fans sticking with us here at the ballpark. Kids will get to run the bases after.
Get them hydrated. It's warm out there.
It's hot. Six, 7, 8. Due up Donlia, Tejeda, and Kolinski. Going against Joey Pettit. Had runners on second and third, but didn't let him score. This one, a diving effort up and over the glove it goes. Tried to get there in time. It was Cooper Gussie, but just didn't work out, and that's a base hit. Ivan Tejeda up next following the single. Just got right up and over Cooper Gussie.
That's Don Leah's second hit of the weekend.
As we await Tejeda to get in. See if Addison can put something together. That pitch also Cooper Gussie territory.
Gussie looked like he was at least even with the bag on that first pitch from Pettit. Maybe anticipating a bunt.
Possibly. Just see if Addison can do anything at this point. Swing and a miss on a low pitch. Holding up at first is Donlia. It's now 0-2 to Ivan Tejeda. Ty Kolinski is the DH. He's up next. And then we might get to see Chris Hawks yet this inning. First time he's been in the lineup. This one could be 2. There's the 1, the throw over to first, and in time, yes indeed, double play. A good old 6-4-3 as Joey Pettit now has no one on.
Ross Chris with the great turn and the hard throw over to first was in time. We don't usually see Ross throw that hard from his second base position, but he did that time.
He's a lob guy on the little plays from grounders to him, and then he throws over to first. Kolinski, the lefty, against Joey Pettit, and he hits this one up high and moving back onto his Gussie, but out of play it goes. Almost into the glove of a kid over there. He's in the perfect spot.
Go grab it. Take it to the concession
That's the bat
stand.
boy, actually, I think.
Could be Jackson.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. Ty Kolinski trying to prevent a 1-2-3 inning. Didn't seem like it to start. But here we go. Pettit left it outside. It's a beautiful leadoff single for Addison that Cooper Gussie couldn't handle. And then the A's were able to turn 2. And here we go. Pettit, again, same spot. 2-2. Did he go? Yes, indeed he did. Home plate umpire says yes, and Steinke calls out Ty Kolinski on strikes. We're going to the bottom half of the second. The A's looking to strike first.
Same way through. Every single second, every minute, every hour, all the whole year through.
It is intense right here.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That's a lot of lemons.
Well, you know what they say when life gives you
We
lemons.
know the saying, Mark.
New Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade, packed with lemonade flavor after a lemon of a year.
Wingism number 3, the Peter Heater.
Oh, so hot.
Oh, so hot!
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 4, Tea Time.
What are you, having tea with the queen? Hello. Nice.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
Guido all ready to go here in the bottom half of the second as the A's search for their first hit.
Jonathan Kim, the Northwoods cleanup hitter, is going to lead off the inning. He's a great candidate to get on.
I looked right now, and it's 2 hours, 24 minutes to Addison, so not the worst. I expected a little longer.
Yeah, so did I, actually.
Yeah, doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it's still a long drive.
After playing baseball for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, yeah. Most of them have been here since noon, if not a little before. And we're in the bottom half of inning number 2 with the Northwoods cleanup hitter, Jonathan Kim.
Hard to enjoy the Sheboygan nightlife last night when it's raining cats and dogs, too.
I'm sure they enjoyed themselves a nice night at the hotel instead of playing a doubleheader.
Unless they went out for sushi.
They might have gone out for sushi. I heard a rumor. Yuck. Likes that outside pitch. It's 1-1. They didn't come to Sheboygan for the weekend to spend it in a hotel room, that's for sure. Kim takes a crack at this ball and able to get down on it. Great pickup and the throw over to first by Irish Moran.
Boy, you look pretty smooth on that play.
He looked very smooth, and we've seen him play short, and now he's here at second base. Seems to fit in wherever you put him. As this brings
I think
up
it was
Jacoby.
Wes Dallas was in town, and Steve Elliott, their manager, was up here in the booth with us, and I told him, I said, geez, you know, Steve, I heard that when Lombard goes on the road, Jeff Vukovich buys supper on Saturday night.
Caught out there in center.
Do you buy supper for your team?
It's a lot of guys.
The answer was no.
A polite no.
Understandably, Vukovich is pretty well off.
The pay's not high enough. Bring up Jurgensen after a quick fly out. The A's not showing much so far against Guido. And he leaves the first one up high. Have to ask Tim Moyer if he pays for dinner.
I can tell you right now, I know what the answer is. If a Moyer pays for it, it's
boy, that one hit into right field and carrying back. It goes off the wall for one and going to stretch it out for 2 bases. This could be close. What a throw from right, and they got the tag. My goodness. Jimmy Jurgensen tried to stretch it out for 2. Ivan Tejeda with one heck of a throw to Irish Moran, and that'll do it here through 2 innings. We're tied up at 0.
At Northwoods, we're protecting you through this pandemic and the next.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year, excuse me.
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meijer app.
After an unfortunate sequence in the bottom half of the second, the A's get their first hit of the game, but it actually ended the inning as Jurgensen tried to stretch it out for 2. 6 up, 6 down so far against Sheboygan, and now it's up to Joey Pettit to try and keep his momentum going.
Couple things were working against Jimmy in his quest for a double. One was he hit the ball too hard, and the other is the ball bounced right to Tejada, and Jimmy was barely around first base when Tejada was throwing it in.
If he had a little more speed, he would have been all right, and even the throw wasn't on the money, but great job by Irish Moran getting back and applying the tag. It's time to see what Hawks can do at the plate. Leaves it up, count is 2-0. It's crazy how you can see the scoreboard, and then 5 seconds later, it's impossible. That gets called for an inside strike to make it 2-1. I'll just supply my own clicker next time. Call the balls and strikes myself. This one hit up, and it's going to be a little running. Ground out. Yes, indeed, the throw gets there in time. Bennett Becker.
I know you're putting the numbers up there, Bill, but can you see a scoreboard?
All right. I mean, I can see it.
How about the numbers on the scoreboard?
Yeah, that's the problem. I see the scoreboard. Bradford back up, top of the lineup.
Not to be a pest, Bill, but can you see the numbers on the scoreboard? Okay. Wow.
Can you read the numbers on the scoreboard?
I think what he's saying is he can see and we can't.
Yeah, he's saying something about us. I just got to squint a little. Hit back foul, leaving it up at 1-1.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's how we had to ask it. Add about 50 extra words, and then we got an answer. It's 2-1 after that one went over the head of Bradford. Pettit not showing control problems like Ryan Flesh did, even though Brad was able to work out of it and complete the full 7. This ball is hit out into right field and caught underhand catch out there by Jacoby Andreas.
He was pretty leisurely getting over to make the catch and wound up having to make that catch below his belt line.
It would have been dangerous if that thing dropped under his glove. That would have been extra bases. Harry Fondry now to try and keep the West Dallas Nationals top of the 3rd alive. And takes the first pitch in there for a strike. We know due up for Sheboygan.
Attendance number for the ball games today for the doubleheader, 386 in the house. They sold 461 tickets. That's a very nice number.
0-2 here to Fondry. Just missed. 461. Yeah. This one will be out and just foul. I mean, it was nice for the fans. They came. They didn't expect that they'd get 3 games today instead of 2. 2.5 games, however you want to slice it. Yeah. Hey, they're sticking around.
Hey, we're sticking around.
Do we have a choice?
We're dedicated fans.
Swing and a miss there to end the inning as Pettit records another strikeout. It's going to be Gussie, Stager, and Becker coming up for the A's.
I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
You know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up.
in my life.
I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my...
Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
Every single time I...
Get down, get down!
There you are. You always have...
My back, my back. I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things...
Yes, things.
...are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
please be quiet.
listen, you hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Bottom half of the third inning, no score so far. 4 combined hits. The A's have just one of those. That came courtesy of Jimmy Jurgensen. And if you're wondering, well, if he got the hit, how come Cooper Gussie's up? Jurgensen's tried to stretch a single into a double and got thrown out as ball 1 comes into Gussie. Gussie fan club still up there. Looks like it's dwindling a little bit. They're not as loud as they were either. Yeah, maybe they're in. 1-1 here to Gussie. Takes a breaking pitch, and
fair.
It is fair. Does stay. Wow, I didn't think it was going to, but up and in it goes, and there's a single for Cooper Gussie.
Donnelly doing a good job in left to get over there and hold Cooper to a single. You know, off the bat, I almost thought he had a chance at a double, but
Yes.
Donnelly has prevented that.
I think the problem was he didn't start sprinting right away. It took him a second to get his momentum going. As now
I think
here's
he was a
Hunter
little
Steger.
surprised it was a fair ball.
Yeah, I was surprised. Up and over the bag it went. Teasing bunt. Uh-oh, popped it back up foul, thankfully, because Cooper Gussie would have been thrown out at first. He's going to have to go back.
You know, there's a way to do that, too. You're not supposed to just be running like it's a steal. You're supposed to wait till the ball is down and then run. He was running on the bunt attempt.
Maybe a miscommunication, or maybe just an error in play. We'll see what Gussie does here now on the 0-1. Not on the move here. Teasing bunt, though. That one. Diving effort, able to get it. The throw back to first. He's just going to walk his way over. Chris Weedo. Oh, my goodness. Dove to catch the bunt from Stager and then ran back to get Gussie out. Wow. Bennett Becker, yes.
Like I said, you got to wait for the ball to hit the ground before you run.
That'll bring up Bennett Becker. He's trying to prevent a 1-2-3 inning. Once again, it would be the third straight 1-2-3 inning, even though the A's have 2 hits. Left the ball down low. That's a Corbin Burns move right there to go do it yourself. It's way less risky, yeah. This is a base hit through the infield, and the A's are able to keep themselves alive here in the bottom half of the third. Finally, they're going to see 4 batters in an inning. Walker makes his way back to the plate with Becker over at first. It seems like it's going to be a low-scoring affair, so whoever strikes first is going to be in a good spot.
Keep in mind, they're only 7-inning games, too. You want to jump on top first, not be battling from behind.
We got confirmation that Legion is 7 innings with a 10-run rule after 5. So basically,
Becker taking a nice lead over at first base. I wouldn't be surprised to see him running early in the count because Walker a good RBI guy, and if he makes out, you still got top of the order leading off the 4th inning.
He's got a good lead over at first. Doesn't go now. Trying to bunt with 2 outs down the third baseline. Didn't work. There goes that idea. We've seen the A's do that before. Nice little squeeze bunt for a base hit. Not with 2 outs, though, I don't think. It was worth a shot. 0-1 count. Throw over to Becker. He gets there in time.
You know the guy on first has a good lead when he has to dive in to be safe.
Becker going on this time, then he holds up. Kept it on the far cam. Fans are able to see that at home. He started out with a sprint and then cut back towards the bag as the count is 0-2. Walker with a chance to make something happen. Once again going on a breaking pitch, and now he's got a chance to get over to third. And the throw going to be on the money, but a beautiful hit and run type scenario, whether they intended to or not. Gus Walker single, and that puts Bennett Becker on third base. Runners on the corners with 2 outs.
I thought that was a bad play by the right fielder. I thought the throw should immediately came into second base and keep the force play in order, which he did anyway. But Sheboygan threatening with 2 outs.
Lucky for Addison, Sheboygan didn't have Walker go over to second. First pitch, strike to Ross Christ.
Ross grounded out to first, his first time up in this ball game.
I think it's a good cut on that one. It was a good pitch to hit, but he let it back foul. He's behind 0-2. You got Becker on third, Walker on first for Ross Christ. Any base hit will be big time for the A's here.
Walker with good speed is on at first. Anything hitting to the gap, he's got a chance at scoring.
He's going to second here, actually, and it's a high throw. Now they're going to send the runner home, and it's going to work out because that throw wasn't in time to second. It was a bad throw that got past the shortstop, and in turn, Bennett Becker goes from third to home.
I would call that a delayed double steal.
Basically.
Becker didn't run until the throw went down, and then at that point, because the throw was off the mark, he was able to score easily. Give Walker a stolen base also.
No harm, no foul, because even if Walker is thrown out, you still got the chance of Becker. It was worth the risk. And now, Ross Chris single could score him. Takes a hack at a breaking pitch that nearly went into the Addison dugout.
Well, I'm going to say it. In every game this weekend, so far, Addison has not had the lead. They lost first game 6-0. They lost the second game 7-3. They never had the lead in that ball game. Now Sheboygan leads in this one 1-0.
So you're telling me the team that scored first in every game has won?
That's exactly it. Hopefully that trend stays.
It's a 1-2 count. And gets
There's
a hit
nice
down this one.
base hit.
Down the third base line. Getting the green light, and the throw from left field way off the mark. It's a 2-0 ball game. And now they actually have Ross Christ in a pickle, but he's safe at second base.
Well, since I'm the analyst, I'll tell you what went wrong on that play. Chris got the base hit. Walker was going to score no matter what. That throw to home plate wasn't very smart. But once Perez, the catcher, saw where Chris was halfway between second and first, run at him. You don't throw the ball. You run at him, force him to commit one way or the other, and then you make the play on him at the base he's going to. That was not a good play by Perez.
We've seen some errant plays by Addison so far this weekend. That one cost him a run. And I think of the errant play with Harry Stelt up, where he hit it into left field. Should have been an easy pop-out, but the sun got in their eye. So some their own fault, some not. But it's a 2-0 lead for Sheboygan here in the bottom half of the third. Christ at second. Stelt could score him, and not quite yet, though. It's 2-0.
A lot of times, players and fans, for that matter, they don't understand the importance of giving up a base here or there. You know, Harry could be up with a runner on first, or Harry could be leading off next inning if they do the rundown right on Christ. But you give that base up, and all of a sudden you got a runner in scoring position. He's going to score on a hit. And that's what happened with Gus Walker when he scored.
38 RBIs for Harry Stelt. He leads the team. He's got a 3-0 count. Has a red light. Would have been a great pitch to hit, but he held up. Stayed true to what he was told, and it's a 3-1 count. Stelt in the DH role here for our game. And the next pitch, left it up and in. Runners on first and second now for the Northwoods cleanup hitter, Jonathan Kim.
Kim looking for a solid base hit, drive in a run.
Kim with a chance to score at least one. Who knows what could happen. There are still 2 outs in the inning, and the first pitch swinging.
Had a healthy cut at that pitch, just couldn't hit it. Coming into action on the weekend, Jonathan was hitting .351.
This time he's able to get a hold of the ball, but undercut it and fouled it back. Jackson getting paid overtime for this weekend, I hope.
Guido not quite as sharp as he was at the game in early June. He's given up 4 hits this inning alone.
Wind blowing out to right field, and the next pitch to Kim. It's a 1-2 count.
Chris with good speed is on at second. Harry not so fast over at first.
Next pitch, swing and a miss. The ending ends on a strikeout. Kim thought he was going to have a little run for it, but it is all for naught. But it's a 2-0 lead for Sheboygan. They're able to get on the board first, and they lead heading into the fourth.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Lights on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. You serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
2-0 the score after a 3-hit, 2-out bottom half of the third. The A's putting things together, which is always good to see. Two of their big things offensively are all year long have not been getting hits when there's 2 outs and just leaving runners on base. Sure, they left 2 on in the bottom half of the third, but they jump out with a lead. They're up 2-0, and it's going to be Kyle Campbell getting things going here in the top half of the fourth for Addison. Joey Pettit with 5 strikeouts so far in the game.
One thing you like to see is when your team gets you a couple runs to, as a pitcher now, is to get out there and shut the other team down right away. And hopefully your team can come in the next inning and get you a couple more runs.
It's all about momentum. When the A's were down 7-0, they didn't give up. They stayed in it. It turned into 7-1, then 7-5. They ended up losing 7-6, but they nearly came back and they kept fighting, and that's all that matters. It's a 2-1 count here to Campbell. Pettit will take an extra second. Got it on the outside, 2-2.
I was watching. Look at Bennett Becker out at shortstop. He's got the one hand on his hip, but when the pitch is delivered, he gets down into his ready position.
This one hit out into left field. Moving back towards it is Gus Walker, able to make another underhanded snag, but he got it nonetheless. Something Pettit's been doing well is getting that first guy out and establishing himself.
That's why I was worried in the second, Jordan, because he allowed Don Leah to get that single, but then he got Tejada hitting that 6-4-3 double play. But
that's what you want when you let a
3 out of the 4 innings, he's gotten the leadoff hitter out.
Left it out there for a ball to Perez.
Perez has been a hitting machine today.
That's why they moved him up to cleanup. We've seen Tejada, we've seen Irish, now Perez all in that cleanup spot. Top 3 haven't changed though. 2-1 now the count.
Alex was 0 for 1 in that suspended game, but in the next game he was 2 for 3, and he already has a hit in this game.
Big swing and a miss. Takes the helmet off. Gonna think things over as it's a 2-2 count here to Alex Perez. Wants to prove why he deserves to be in that 4-hole, the cleanup spot, and Pettit deals and left it down low. Good eye. Big pitch here from Pettit. The count is full. Left it out. Walked him when he had the chance to bring up Tom Irish Moran. See that scoreboard now? That's how I like it.
Yeah.
It's been getting
it's even better when you don't look through the windows. CJ, you got to get up here and clean these windows again. It's really comical when we think about the first time about washing the windows and getting that extended sponge. Yeah, all you got to do is pop them out.
Well, you live and you learn. Oh, and 1 right out of the gate to Irish. You don't want to break them. Here we go. This could be another double play ball. We go over to second, get that, and off the bag. Pulling Jimmy off was the throw from Ross Christ, and that'll be a fielder's choice. Putting Irish on second, but the A's get the lead runner. Brian Donlia coming up to the plate to try and keep this inning alive here for Addison. He's getting some direction from his third base coach. Don't know if we'll see a stolen base potentially from Irish.
With Sheboygan only having a 2-run lead and being a 7-inning game, you know, as an offense, Addison needs to try and get something going, and maybe just playing station-to-station baseball isn't the best way to go about it.
He is going to second, so that is what the sign was for, and sliding in safely is Irish. No throw from Hunter Stagger.
Two outs, though. That helps.
All you got to do is focus on the guy at the plate. That currently is Brian Donley. Don't worry about Irish over at second. Great stop by Hunter Stagger, able to save second base into third.
Hunter just finished up his year at La Crosse. Going all the way across the state to go to college.
Yeah, it's a long way. Hits this one over towards third base, able to get a hold of it, and the throw to first is a good one to get the third out of the inning. The A's have nothing to worry about as it's still 2-0, and we will head ourselves to the bottom half of the fourth.
Order ahead in the Meyer app.
Me spells the great taste of Sheboygan.
What does it take to stay in business for 75 years? It's not only featuring USDA choice beef. It's not caring about every single one of our 30 varieties of bratwurst. Nope. After being family owned for 3 generations, we've learned it's about you. At Miesfeld's Market, we give back to the community and our customers always come first. Since 1941, we've been feeding our neighbors, so come by and see what we've got today.
Chris Wedo was not very Wedo-like in the 3rd inning when Sheboygan collected 4 hits and was able to score 2 runs. Hopefully Sheboygan can keep that trend going. 2-run lead isn't enough.
Not enough. It might be potentially in this game, but you never want to rely on just 2. Get a little bit more, get some comfort room going, as it is going to be Jacoby Andreas, Jimmy Jurgensen, and Cooper Gussie all due up here in the bottom half of the 4th. See what they can do against Chris Wedo. Expand on that 2-run lead they got back in the bottom half of the 3rd.
That's Grandpa. The fellow sitting in front of him is Jimmy's dad.
Grandpa Jurgensen. It's a 2-0 count. Jacoby, the leadoff batter here in this inning. And he hammers this one into left field, and that's going to be extra bases for sure. Don't got to worry about get thrown out here. And he slides in safely. They did make it a little more competitive, and he nearly fell back off the bag, but a big-time double for Jacoby Andreas.
Hit that one hard.
Hit that one very hard. Didn't have the height to get out of here, but it had that sound, which you love to hear, and that brings up Jimmy Jurgensen. Jimmy now with a runner on second, no one out. Good chance to expand that lead a little bit more. Jimmy with a no-doubter in the last game. And he hits this one, does not get through the infield, though good stop over at second by Irish Moran. And it'll bring over to third base, Jacoby Andreas. But that's it for now. Runner on third with 1 out.
Gussie singled his last time up. Let's see if he can do that again. Get this run in.
Single, double, pop fly, whatever it takes. Jacoby over at third, and the pitch here. It's on top of it. It was a high ball. And he just undercut it. To fall back, go behind 0-1. Hunter Stager due up next. A's don't want to leave that runner on third stranded. As this one does not get through Irish Moran once again, but it's good enough for an RBI ground out.
Nice piece of hitting by Cooper Gussie.
Fan club likes what they see as it's now a 3-0 ball game. Doesn't matter that you got out, you drove the run in. 2 outs here for Hunter Stager. Stager with a 196 average on the season as he takes strike 1. Chris Wedo giving up 3 runs now in the last 2 innings. 6 hits in total for the A's. Addison with half of that. They got 3 hits.
I got our question.
All right, we'll have trivia coming up in the 5th. Big swing and a miss to fall behind 1 and 2. Bennett Becker potentially could bat yet this inning. There are 2 outs following the ground out.
Should we give a tease on this?
Huh?
It has to do with the Sheboygan A, but it's not a hitting stat. It's a pitching.
Oh, it's a pitching stat for once. All right. And whoa, that goes flying as he just got a piece of it. Get the back. We'll get the ball and we'll regroup.
Perez has had to go to work this inning.
Yeah, he has.
Had an opportunity to exchange a few words with Alex and seemed like a very friendly fella.
Gets a hold of this ball, and it is going to be stopped, and the throw is just in time. Great job by Blaine Bradford at the shortstop position to haul down and make that throw. It's 3-0 as we head to the 5th.
Same way through. Every single second, every minute, every hour. All the whole year through.
It is intense right here.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That's a lot of lemons.
Well, you know what they say when life gives you
We
lemons.
know the saying, Mark.
New Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade, packed with lemonade flavor after a lemon of a year.
Wingism number 3, the Peter Heater.
Oh, so hot.
Oh, so hot!
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 4, tea time.
What are you, having tea with the queen?
Hello.
Nice.
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
A's expanded their lead. It's now 3-0 as Joey Pettit gets ready for a few more pitches here in the top half of the 5th.
I was just looking at when the first game ended to when we started the second game. That was 35 minutes. That's a pretty long break.
Yeah, it's way too long. It felt long, and it sure was. Not ideal. You got 35 minutes there. You got 50 or so minutes in our first game that continued. I mean,
this game seems to be going pretty well.
It's a good pace for this one.
Hopefully Joey can continue his shutout pitching. He's working against the bottom part of the order. See if he goes right at him.
Yeah, the bottom part hasn't proven to do a whole lot for Addison. We've seen other teams where they're effective. Sheboygan is one of those where the bottom half can really come alive some games, and now it's up to Ivan Tejeda, Ty Kolinski, and Chris Hawks.
You know, you talk about being frustrated. We mentioned they lost the first game 6-0. They only had 2 hits.
And those
in
came
in the 7-3 loss, technically the first game of the doubleheader, I guess, but they only had 3 hits that game. So I mean, you're looking at 5 hits over how many innings of play?
You got 3 hits through 4 innings here. As this one is hit back into left field, and it's going to drop. Walker couldn't get there in time. Never fails.
Don't look at me like that. Come on.
4th hit of the ball game there for Addison. As we'll see a Kolinski, the 8-hole DH. See if he can move him over or if it's a nice another double play. Wind still blowing out to right. Teasing bunt. Going to try and move him over potentially.
One thing we didn't mention in the Sheboygan A's bottom of the 4th is the Guido, the pitcher for Addison, got a couple of really nice plays from his infield. And I just want to give credit to Moran. He made actually 2 nice plays in the second inning. And then their shortstop, Bradford, made a great play at short to throw out by a step Hunter Stager.
Stager made it close. Has the speed. So they went bunt with the first pitch and then pulled back. There's no movement at all over at first. It's now a 3-0 count. Pettit got to throw a strike here on 3-0, and he left it low. A 4-pitch walk to bring up the 9-hitter Chris Hawks.
You know, it's bad enough when you get the first and second batters up, but it hurts even more when they're the 7th and 8th hitters in your lineup.
Ones that haven't been doing anything all weekend. Hawks with a chance to make something happen here. Addison's scored 3 runs in our most recent game, but that's all. Now Hawks is putting up a bunt, and he's going to lay this one down. Only chances at first. Uh-oh, Pettit loses a hold of it, and it is bases loaded.
Give Hawks a sacrifice bunt, and then he reaches on the air on the pitcher. That one really hurts.
That hurts especially because now not only are the bases loaded, but you didn't get anyone out in the process. I guess you can live with the runners moving over, but what you can't be living with is committing errors that allow this game to lengthen and maybe your lead to dwindle.
Initially, I thought if he makes a clean pickup, the play is going to be at third because it's a short toss, but he was going to go to first the whole way. And when he didn't make the pickup, that pretty much solidified the bases loaded.
On the 0-1 pitch to Bradford, big swing and a miss. Top part of the lineup, this is what you want if you're Addison. Bases loaded, no one out. Coming off an A's error, working against themselves. And now Pettit going and attacking, 0-2. The pitch to Bradford. Struck him out on 3 pitches. Just 2 batters ago, he walked him on 4 straight. And now he comes to Bradford, attacks the zone, and strikes him out 1-2-3. Harry Fandry's turn to try and make something happen, the lefty.
See if Pettit can continue his strong comeback this inning.
Left down up for a ball. Going to have a little bit of a talk with him as Hunter Stager.
They might be talking over the signs with that runner on second base. If he picks up what the call is from the catcher, he might be able to relay it to his teammate at bat. Oh. Good move by Hunter to go out and change the signs up a little bit.
You don't want that happening with the bases loaded there. A little bouncing ball over to second. Going to step on it himself and the throw over to first. An unassisted double play. How about it? Bennett Becker still a 0 on the board for Addison, and it's a 3-0 lead as we head into the bottom half of the 5th.
Woods, we're protecting you through this pandemic and the next.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year, excuse me.
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meijer app.
We were talking during the break about double plays. We mentioned Addison and their lack of hitting, and then when you finally do hit the ball semi-nice, you're hitting into bad luck. And in the suspended game, Coons got a double play to get out of an inning in the 5th inning, so he had 1 in that game. There were no double plays in the first game of the scheduled doubleheader, but here in Game 3 of this Sunday doubleheader, we've got 2 double plays, 1 in the 2nd, and that really nice double play just now by Bennett Becker in the 5th. And we can do a trivia question. We'll spit it out right now.
Yeah.
Guys, pay attention. The most innings pitched in a Wisconsin State League season was by what Sheboygan A in 1974? Sorry, Jordan, you won't know this one.
No, these are all before my time.
Bob Sauger is Bill's
74.
in 74. Bob Sauger was Bill's answer.
So over to shortstop, and Bradford makes the play. And the throw, he's going to be, just in time. I thought he beat it out, but I guess he didn't. Bennett Becker called out. Cole McClavic in for Gus Walker. Cole McClavic, number 24. He's batting righty today. That's good to see. Saw him bat lefty a few games ago. Didn't swing at a single pitch when he was batting lefty. It was just a technique. Might have a broken bat there as the throw from third. It's a bullet, and able to get him in time is Chris Hawks. First pitch swinging, first pitch breaking the bat.
We better give the answer.
Yeah, this would happen last time too.
Most innings pitched in a Wisconsin State League season was by Bob Sauger.
Oh, wow.
113 and 2/3 innings, and that happened in 1974. Bob was here yesterday for the Hall of Fame induction. He, of course, is a Hall of Famer.
It's a lot of innings.
Had a chance to play with Bob back in 1975. Came back. I missed 2 seasons coming back from the Navy. Bob was a workhorse. He threw a lot of innings.
Flesh combined don't even have that many innings this year. Total. It's a 2-1 count here to Ross Christ. Not pinch hitting at the 2-hole, just at top with Gus Walker. And got it in there, 2-2.
Ross Christ singled in a run back in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game.
Got on top of that ball, and then it'll go over to Irish Moran, who seems to be perfect at second base so far today. Quick bottom half of the 5th. We'll head to the 6th as Addison looks to get on board for the first time in this one.
I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
You know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up.
in my life.
I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my
Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
Every single time I...
Get down, get down!
There you are. You always have...
My back, my back. I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things...
Yes, things.
...are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
please be quiet.
listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
How about from the umpire to home plate? I mean, from the dugout to home plate and then go back.
That's quite a run right there. Cole McClavic out in left field instead of Gus Walker, so just a straight-up swap in the leadoff spot. And it will be Kyle Campbell, Alex Perez, and Irish Moran due up here in the top half of the 6th against Joey Pettit. Pettit's been dealing so far. Anytime he gets into a jam, he's able to work out of it, and a big-time double play by Bennett Becker going to second himself, throwing out to Jurgensen at first. That ended the top half of the 5th inning. Second double play of the game for Addison. Leaves that one outside to make it 2-1, I believe. able to hold his swing. However, a strike is called. Evens the count up. Campbell will take a breath. He'll get back in there and see what Pettit throws his way. Little hesitation, leg kick as he hammers this one into right field and moving back, now moving up on it, and another basket catch for Jacoby Andreas.
He got fooled on that pitch, on that hit, but able to make a nice recovery.
First out of the inning recorded brings up Alex Perez. He's trying to get something going. We should announce, as you see across the bottom of your screen, Denny Moyer. He's thrown out the first pitch at a Brewer game, August 31st. I'll get the handout. Thank you. Very efficient. On Wednesday, you can pay $75 to get transportation, and you also get a tailgate party and a ticket to the game, or you can pay $50. You'll supply your own transportation then for that price, but make sure to sign on up. Space is limited. Complete the form. You can make cash or check. Well, you got to get the form first, but
do that at the website.
Absolutely, SheboyganBaseball.com, or there's a
CJ's
there's a
stuttering.
email.
He doesn't have it on the website yet. It'll be on there tonight.
It'll get on there. I thought I saw an email or something on too. .org, yes. We're an organization. Holds up on the swing, and that'll send him on base. August 31st, a 1:10 game. Nice afternoon game. Denny Moyer will be throwing out the first pitch.
Pettit, in his first 3 innings of work today, had no walks. Now he's recorded a walk in each of the last 3 innings. So sometimes that's an indicator of a pitcher getting a little tired. We can't tell if anybody is warming up in the A's bullpen area.
Doesn't look like it, as this is going to get through the infield. Fair is the call, and they're going to hold up on Cole McClavic. They're afraid of that arm in left field.
Well, Moran wasn't wasting any time.
They were watching McClavic and Denny Moyer throw in between games, and they said, I'm not running on that. Dunlea now with runners on first and second. This is very similar to the last inning, what we saw Joey Pettit get himself into.
Yeah.
Bases were loaded with 1 out then. Now it's just first and second. One swing of the bat could end the inning or tie it, whichever way you want to look at it. Just missed on the first pitch. Pettit can't believe it. Still chirping all these 5 hours later. Did he go? He did not. 2-0.
Boy, that would be one you'd want to appeal on. And Steinke asking, and
now he did.
Walsh says no swing.
Pettit's basically ready to throw the next pitch, and they appealed. Breaking pitch inside. Pettit loses it, or pardon me, Stager loses it. They did give him a strike call. It's 2-1.
So far in the ball game, Addison has left 5 runners on base. Pettit going to try to increase that number.
It's the strike call outside, 2-2. Not a fan is Brian Dunlea, but he's going to have to deal with it now as Joey Pettit has worked his way back into this AB. Big time pitch, 2-2. Left it up, full count with 1 out. Runners on first and second.
Dunlea 1 for 2 in the ball game.
One of the biggest pitches of the game for Joey Pettit right here. Does not want to load him again. And then he steps off and fakes a throwback to second. Take a little more time, make Dunlea wait a little bit longer. Full count pitch. Hammers it back. Foul.
Andreas gonna trot over and pick the ball up.
Sigh of relief from the Ace faithful that that one went foul. Would have scored 1 for sure. We'll do the full count all over again. Pettit's pitch. Got him, rung him up, down low. Dunlea can't believe it as he takes a low strike 3, and Pettit gets himself another K.
You know, I know he wasn't happy. I don't know if he wasn't happy that he was called a strike or that he didn't swing at it, but again, you don't want to leave it up to the umpire. You know, you got to fight those pitches off.
Especially in a big situation like this, and now there's 2 outs for Tejada. Didn't help his team out. Too close to take. See if Pettit can work out of another jam. First pitch to Tejada misses low. Ty Klinski, their designated hitter. He wants a crack at things and see if he can get up to bat or not. It's all in the hands of Tejada. Hits that one back towards us.
One advantage Addison might get with Kolinsky batting is he is a left-handed batter. You have a slight advantage against the right-handed pitching of
and he's the DH,
Pettit.
so you assume he can hit. You don't just throw anyone at the DH spot. 1-1 is the count. Pettit takes another foul ball back-to-back.
Tejada getting his cuts up there, that's for sure. Force at any base.
Pettit runs strike away from working out of it. Sheboygan A's the good part of the lineup coming up in the bottom half of the 6th to potentially tack on a few more. But it's up to Pettit to work out here first. Time called. And here we go. Time called again.
Perez, the Addison Braves catcher, is on second. Not great speed there. Irish Moran, the Braves second baseman, appears to have real nice speed.
He's been good everywhere. On the 1-2. Left it way up. Got a few to work with. Got to force at first, second, or third, wherever you want it.
The outfield not particular deep for Sheboygan, so a hit in front of them, Perez may not be able to score.
Gets a hold of this ball off the barrel and going to step on second. Little miscommunication there, but Bennett Becker gets himself another unassisted play to end the inning. We will head to the bottom half of the 6th. A's looking to tack on a few more to their 3-0 lead.
When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Light on hot sand, wearing only one flip-flop. Welcome back, Bud Light legends. It's time to take summer by the coolers.
Wingism number 1, the Flavor Saver. Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor. Wingism number 2, the Joker.
Then her dad walked in. Dude, we're done eating. Use a napkin. Are you serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Why so serious?
Legend Larry's, the definition of flavor.
As I hinted at in the top part of the 6th, it's a great lineup for Sheboygan. Stilt, Kim, Andreas, and Jurgensen potentially as well. I'll do up here in the bottom half of the 6th. Those are the guys you want to tack on a few more runs as the breaking pitch comes in there from Guido, and we anticipate Harry Stelt coming up to the plate in a pitch or two. We'll be broadcasting coming up Tuesday through Saturday for Legion games. It's 4 games on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday.
Hey, when is that first game on Tuesday? What
11.
time? 11 a.m. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then the second game is not until 4:30?
No, there's one at 1 something.
Oh, yeah, 1:45.
There we go.
Yeah.
The way they have it on the bracket, the times are all different.
Yeah, they're not,
so that's
not
why
in order of.
That's why he wrote it that way, because we were looking at the bracket yesterday, and it wasn't ideal, but it'll work.
So we'll be back together 11 o'clock on Tuesday morning.
11 on Tuesday morning. Bring your coffee. The donuts, the coffee, I like it. I'm not a coffee guy. No.
I'm a huge donut guy, so you can bring donuts
You're a
from
donut-
Vitamins.
donut guy,
up in
all right.
Manitowoc.
Strike 0-2 to Harry Stout. Weedo misses outside there. I believe it's 4 Legion games Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I think 3 Thursday, 2 Friday, and then 1 and potentially 2 Saturday.
Yeah. We should get the announcer's schedule over here.
Yep.
Take
Bill
a look
agrees.
at that.
4-4-3-2-1. A nice, easy to remember. Potentially 2, though, on Saturday if the loser's bracket winner wins that first game. And no matter who makes it to that championship game on Saturday, both teams are in because Wisconsin has 2 in the big tournament, the Big Legion tournament. The next step, I guess I should say. There's a base hit for Harry Stout.
Harry with his first hit of the ball game.
We have a pinch hitter. It's going to be 28 Justin Schnell in the Northwoods cleanup spot. .35, Riley O'Connell. So we think Schnell's going to go to center field? So, a lot of moving parts here as we head towards the night. Riley O'Connell, the pinch runner. Justin Schnell, now the Northwoods cleanup hitter. Stout was the DH, so it's not going to affect anything defensively, even though we might see more substitutions than we imagine.
Schnell in the first game of the day had a 2-for-2 game with a walk and an RBI, so
it's pretty good.
Very good. He's looking to continue that success.
That's why they're putting him here in the 4 spot. See if he can ride that wave of momentum. It's a 1-1 count. O'Connell gets checked down at first. No real signs of him stealing at all yet. No one out here in the bottom half of the 6. Schnell in for Kim. And he holds up. They're going to check down. They say he did not go. Weedo doesn't agree, but it's 2-1.
O'Connell took a big lead. I was surprised he didn't go. He is way outside the cutoff mark on the infield grass. You can see he's almost there already.
Doesn't go here either. Schnell, big swing and a miss. Would have been a good pitch to go on as it was dropped by Perez. Evens it up 2-2. Schnell trying to make the most of this. Andreas is still on deck, as is Jurgensen, so no new numbers in those spots, at least not for now. And the heater gets sent sky high. This is where we saw a Harry Stout situation, shielding the sun and able to make the catch. That'll send O'Connell back to first.
Tejada doing it the way you're supposed to. Use your glove to block the sun and then make the catch.
For as long as you possibly can, and then let it just jump right in there as here comes Jacoby Andreas. First out of the inning was that Schnell flyout. 3-0 A's as it stands. A's faithful could use a few more to be comfortable. Check back to O'Connell.
Weedo has a interesting move to first.
Now he's going to second as O'Connell picked a good pitch to go on. It's a breaking ball, and the ball gets past. He'll hold up at second base. I don't know if Addison has had a clean transition from their catcher to second baseman or shortstop all day long. It's been a lot of rough throws, and the A's steal another base.
That was O'Connell's first stolen base of the season.
That's what he's put in there to do. Able to take second now, double play basically out of the question as he got ahead of this ball. That was a good swing of the bat, and it went over the foul grounds. Andreas behind 0-2 with Jurgensen on deck. Chris Weedo looks back to second, deals to the plate, and that's hit to center field in right center, and that one is going to drop, and it's out of here, a home run. 2 runs come in, a big-time bomb by Jacoby Andreas as he rounds third base. Gets the high five, and it's a 5-0 lead for Sheboygan. That thing just never stopped carrying.
You know, I thought they were going to pick it up at the bases of the wall till the very end, and then when they were looking at each other, we knew it was out. And you're right, it did keep carrying, and that's really deflating for Addison. You know, it was only 3 to nothing. You know, but now 5. That really makes it tough.
Talk here with Chris Weedo. His day is done, and we're going to see number 6 is coming in. So I got Drew Seidel as number 6, but I don't know if that's true or not. Number 6 is on the website. That's what their lineup says, but we don't know for sure. They'll correct us if it's wrong. Chris Weedo's day is done through 5 1/3. Gives up that big 2-run shot. No one on, so no one else he's responsible for. His line is done. We'll get you that all coming up here in a moment.
Weedo went 5 1/3, gave up 8 hits, 5 runs. All of those runs are earned. He walked 1, struck out 1, and allowed the long home run by Jacoby. And who'd you say is chucking now?
I got Drew Seidel. He's listed as a shortstop, so that's why I question it, but that's what we got for number 6.
He did not appear in any of the games this weekend. He did play shortstop in that June 12th game. Was 0 for 1 with a couple of walks.
We're just going with what we got. I mean, if he's a shortstop, he's got a good arm, you'd think.
We'll make this announcement one more time before the game gets finished. On August 21st, the Sheboygan A's will be holding their annual athletic club golf outing, the Snipe. That'll be held at Town and Country Golf Course. You can find information about the outing at the Sheboygan A's website. So look that up, get involved. It's 10 o'clock shotgun start, and it's a really great event.
Seidel gets a few more pitches as Jurgensen is up next. And then following him is Cooper Gussie. That is still number 4 out there. And Stager's still wearing the catching gear. All right, so we got that all in form. See what Jimmy Jurgensen can do. See if he can follow up with back-to-back bombs. First pitch, pulls it perfectly, base hit. First pitch, Seidel throws his way, able to get a base hit down the first base line. And Gussie with 1 on, 1 out, as Drew Seidel is 1 pitch into his day. Some kids were running behind the fence. I hope they got the home run ball.
I didn't see anybody go out for Jimmy's after the, during the first game. It's a long way out there.
It's a long way out there, a long way back. Oh, they'll sleep, and they're going to run the bases, I'm sure, too. 1-1. Count to Gussie. Way up and in, and they're going to hold up at first.
Gussie is 1 for 2 in the ball game, and his ground out produced a run in the 4th inning, made it a 3-0 ball game. So he does have an RBI to his credit.
This one down the third base line, stays fair. That's where he hit the last one, didn't he? And now going to send the runner over to third base, and they're going to wave him around, but he wasn't looking, so now he's going to be held up. Whatever works.
I'm glad they held him.
Yes. He got the motion, they were waving him, but he just wasn't looking. It's the one place you got to look if you're on base, is your third base coach.
Hunter Stager's up, and Sheboygan in a good spot to score more runs with only 1 out and runners on second and third.
Drew Seidel's been struggling so far in the contest. He'll step off real quick and think about it a little bit more. Stager gets in with runners on second and third. This one hit back up into left field. It's going to carry back. Should be deep enough to send the runner. Moving in on it. There's the catch. Running towards him. What a cannon from left field. Jumping up to get it. Thankfully, there was backup. Threw it too far, and now it's 6-0. Thankfully, for the left fielder, Brian Dunlea, Drew Seidel was there because that thing was a bullet.
Dunlea's got quite an arm.
Not often do they overthrow it by that much. I mean, Alex Perez leaped up in the air with all his gear on to try and grab it.
And Seidel did the right thing. He was backing up the play right where he should be. However, with the throw not getting near the cutoff man, Gussie was able to move up to third.
It is 6-0 now as it stands. A's with a chance to get at least one more run across the board, and there's the base hit towards right field, and it will be caught to end things here in the 6th inning. Good job there by Tejeda making the catch, but the A's get on the board once more. It's now 6-0 as we head into the 7th.
We're protecting you through this pandemic and the next.
I grew up working in my family's supper clubs. This is where it started with us as far as the fish that we serve at Culver's today. We source the finest cod and batter each fillet by hand and always cook it to order. That beautiful golden brown color and flaky on the inside. The fish fry is a Midwest tradition. It's about families coming together. I love bringing this tradition to guests everywhere. Mom and Dad would be proud. Welcome to Delicious.
Last year's financial year, excuse me.
Sometimes you need to get out.
The great outdoors.
Free pickup's easy. Just order ahead in the Meijer app.
$117, I believe it was, given away in our second 50-50 raffle. As Joey Pettit gets ready to deal here in the 7th inning, looking to end it.
We got a fan coming down the stairway, ready to collect his $117. You fans out there could have had a shot at that. You know how much money they gave away today, Jordan?
A lot, over
$528.
And people are at home listening to us.
Yeah, really. We appreciate the listeners, though.
Absolutely. We believe it'll be August 2nd the next time we're doing a Sheboygan A's game, but keep in mind the website, the social media, all that good stuff once we figure out more from the State League, and Pettit just missed on his first pitch. Yeah. We don't want that.
Can I say it? Mum's the word down here about who we're playing.
I can tell you we aren't playing Lombard or Addison. I can confirm that. Or Greater Green Bay, because they don't do the State League. Yeah, so it's not those three teams. Yeah. Pick and choose. Oh, yeah, it's smarter. 7:30 Tuesday night, Green Bay and Kenosha. How about it? Yeah. Swing and a miss, drop third strike, and the throw is there in time. Thankfully, Hunter Stager kept Jimmy Jurgensen in a good spot, unlike Brad Reinflesch did the other game, got him blown over.
I'll tell you, Stager was like a cat out there jumping on that ball that bounced in the dirt, and
he wants to get home.
Made a real nice throw to Jimmy.
Here's Chris Hawks now with 1 out in the inning. How about it, though? Brad Reinflesch goes all 7. I mean, Rekleitis was more often than not going to go all 7, the way he was throwing. And now Pettit going to go all 7, helping out the arms because the A's have 3 games the next 3 days. All on the road, might I add. Big swing and a miss. Falls behind 0-2. Appleton tomorrow, Menasha Tuesday, and Green Bay Wednesday. Joey Pettit looking to move real quick as Hawks takes his time. And the next pitch left it a bit up and in. Top of the lineup coming up with Blaine Bradford. He's been a staple all throughout. Swing and a miss. Tried to get all of it. Ended up with none of it. And the Addison Braves are down to their final out.
That's the 9th strikeout for Joey in the ball game.
Looking for his 10th to end it. He only came into the game with like 21 he came into, and he has 9 today. Big first pitch strike.
Yeah, he's only thrown 20. He coming into today, he didn't even have 21 innings.
He's got
so
a
that
third
would
of that
partly
right here.
explain that.
Just missed, evened it up at 1-1.
Joey got a late start with the ball club because of his college season.
He's been doing well, though, this season. Just missed on that one as well.
Bradford 0 for 3 in the ball game. Let's keep that going.
Love to end it here. Next pitch from Pettit. Swinging right back. 2-2. Final strike. Harry Fandry on deck. He's trying to get up one last time, but it all comes down to Bradford here. Pettit deals 2-2. Swung and fouled it off. So it'd be a big win for the Sheboygan A's as they sweep Addison on the weekend. We won't read any records until it's official. 2-2. Pettit with a little too much speed on that one as he leaves it low. All A's fans clapping along as we wait the full count pitch to Bradford. Pettit right down the middle and fouled it off. It is a battle between Bradford and Pettit. Full count part 3. See what Pettit goes with. Swinging right back at him. He just had to get out of the way. Didn't put the glove down. Was more worried about the legs. It might have went through the legs, actually. The field goal is good.
It was a 6th hit given up by Joey in the ball game.
6 hits, no runs to show for it. They've left quite a few on base. And Fandry's trying to say, let's keep this one going.
Joey looking to get this last out, complete the sweep for today.
All right, just missed there to make it 1-0. Kyle Campbell is on deck as well. Those 3 have stayed in the 1-2-3 positions throughout each and every game. And this one, same spot, missing them both. I don't know where that guy is. I've been trying to look for him. He's been going for the last few innings. He's been saying real good stuff.
And it's not even Eric.
No. I think he's on the baseline, but I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely to our right. It's a 4-pitch walk now to Fandry. No movement in the A's bullpen at all. It's up to Joey Pettit. Kyle Campbell with a chance for a 3-run bomb or something to get Addison.
With the 6-run lead, Sheboygan probably will leave Pettit go a little longer than they might if it was a 3-0 lead or closer. But you can afford to let him go another batter or so.
That's why that 3-run inning was crucial. If this was 3-0 right now, we'd be sweating a little bit more.
Perez waiting on deck. He'd love to get a chance to hit again.
Campbell's pitch cracked out into right field, and they're going to wave around the runner. Now they put up a stop sign. He's still going. Went right through the stop sign, and Addison gets their first run of the game. Runners on the corners here with 2 outs to bring up Alex Perez.
Let's get that last out.
Not ideal, but the A's still have some room to work. Giving up their first run of the game.
7th hit of the ball game for the Braves.
Just missed. We were down to our final strike. Seemed like about 5 minutes ago now. Oh, I found the guy. Red shirt, camo hat. Yeah, he told Addison, no pressure. You're only down by 5 runs. It's a 2-0 count. The Predat's on Joey Pettit right now to get out of it. Swing and a miss, back foul.
Perez 1 for 1 in the ball game with a couple of walks. We mentioned that he had 2 hits in the game before this one, so he's been a fighter up there.
Good breaking pitch, 2-2. Once again, the Braves down to their final strike. Runners on the corners for Addison. Alex Perez at the plate. He's reached base in every at-bat so far this game. The 2-2 pitch way out there, and Stager is able to keep it in play. Don't want to walk him again. That'd be his 3rd walk of the game.
Doesn't look to be any activity in the bullpen area either. All the players are sitting down in the dugout, it looks like, and just waiting for this final out.
It's taking a little longer than they wanted, but here we go. 3-2. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Hunter Stager shakes hands with the home plate umpires. The A's win 6-0, 7-3, and 6-1 here on the weekend series. Just 3 games instead of 4, but we were lucky to even get that first game in as we resumed it from last night. The A's are now 35-18 overall. With 3 wins, they're 3 above 500, 16-13 in state league play. Addison falls to 11-14. Give a final line on Joey Pettit.
Final line score for the ball game: Addison 1 run, 7 hits, no errors. Sheboygan had 6 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. Joey Pettit was the winning pitcher. He went 7 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Walked 4, struck out 10. Losing pitcher in the ball game was Chris Weedo. And for the 3 games, Sheboygan won the suspended game today, 6-0. Won game 1 of the doubleheader, 7-3, and they swept it with a 6-1 win in this ball game. Jordan, wrap us up.
And we're going to be back on Tuesday for Legion Ball. I don't believe that'll be on the A's account. That'll be on others. Stay tuned if you're a Legion fan. As for A's fans, stay tuned to the website, social media, all that good stuff. We believe we'll be playing on August 2nd, but we can't confirm it until everything is set in stone. 6-0, 7-3, 6-1, the A's win. For Mike Martin, I'm Jordan Lorenz saying good night, everybody.